Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. I am invincible after awakening the Superman gene. Chapter 81. With this punch, Chinmo didn't hold back the slightest bit. The ultimate power brought by the third level of superpower is enough to cause an earthquake, and now it has all bombarded the White Tiger. Moreover, this is a huge force under the blessing of deliberate punching. Mobilizing the strength of the whole body for a short time to condense in the right fist, continue to achieve breakthroughs at the original limit, in order to cause point-to-point precise strikes. Baihu's eyes did not blink, clearly reflecting Chinmo's extremely calm appearance. Chinmo, who is less than 2 meters tall, and Baihu, who has a huge body of tens of feet, appear in a picture, forming an extremely sharp contrast. From his fist, the old man didn't notice any danger at all, as if it was an extremely ordinary punch. However, the veins on his forehead were constantly beating, and an extremely strong intuition enveloped his heart, and he was frantically warning. But Chinmo's speed is really too fast. His current limit speed is 15 times the speed of sound, and with the addition of biological force field, the distance of tens of meters almost takes no time, which is comparable to teleportation. Although the old man is S rank, how can his speed be so terrifying? He could only watch helplessly as the punch hit him, and he tried his best to maintain his S-level domain, and the murderous aura quickly converged around him to form a Shira field, relying on his demigod body to resist. By the time the old man finished all this, Chinmo's fist had landed heavily on him. The Shira field has no hindrance, and it can't even slow Chinmo's movements a little bit. The terrifying force directly collides with the demigod's body. Boom! A huge roar resounded between the sky and the earth, the ground appeared sunken, and the pharmaceutical factory that was already in ruins ushered in a second destruction. With the White Tiger as the center, within a radius of 1 mile, the earth and rocks sank together, like a sunken bowl. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, obscuring people's sight. However, it has no effect on Chinmo. He was suspended in midair, looked down at the White Tiger in the center of the pit, and saw scarlet blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. The body of a demigod is broken. The White Tiger danced with all 4 hooves, and the sharp killing aura of gold and iron was gathering again from all directions. He wanted to stand up and fight Chinmo. However, what greeted him were 2 terrifying high-temperature rays. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. The high-temperature rays shot directly at his head, followed by a shrill roar, and the White Tiger was hit again. However, it is not enough to instantly kill an S-level awakener. The tiger's claws moved the earth and rocks, and the old man raised his head against the high-temperature rays and roared to the sky. Roar! At the moment when the roar sounded, the elements around Chinmo fluctuated, and dozens of ancient weapons suddenly condensed. Swords, guns, halberds, axes, hooks, and sickles all come together. The White Tiger, ranked in the West, is the master of killing, and belongs to gold and iron. The moment the weapon was condensed, it slashed at Chinmo from all directions, attacking in all directions. This is the first counterattack made by the old man. He is obviously going to use advance as retreat, exchange injury for injury, a typical fighting style. Unless Chinmo doesn't dodge, doesn't defend, and allows him to change lives with him, the old man will surely usher in a short respite so that he can plan a follow-up. His abacus jingled. However, he miscalculated one thing. Chinmo has an invincible body of steel and powerful elemental immunity. How can a warrior condensed with murderous aura of gold and iron be able to do anything to him? Why should he dodge? Clang, clang, clang. There was a subtle collision sound, and Chinmo stood there without moving a bit, just resisting the old man's counterattack. That's it, Hexagon Warrior. The old man was stupid, and Limo was also stupid. Neither of them thought that Chinmo would be so simple and rude. With such a powerful force and such a terrifying speed, it doesn't matter, but there is still an invincible defense. How to fight this? Chinmo punched him, and he had to vomit blood on the spot. He punched Chinmo, not to mention whether he could touch the corner of his clothes. Even if he punched him, that fellow seemed to be fine. The old man's heart was so bitter now that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Who would have thought that such a monster would be killed halfway? Seeing that the high-temperature rays couldn't deal with the old man, Chinmo looked away and didn't keep arousing. He slowly clenched his 5 fingers tightly again. That full-strength punch just now had consumed enough of Chinmo's strength, and it stands to reason that he couldn't unleash such a powerful force in a short period of time. However, Chin Mo's current recovery has reached 88, and he has unparalleled super endurance. Boom! Chin Mo exploded with speed, flashed into the deep pit, and punched the old man again. Immediately afterwards, he turned around in the air, joined his waist and horse, and shot out with a whip kick. The white tiger couldn't dodge in time, so it took these two blows abruptly, spewing out 2 mouthfuls of blood again, and the huge tiger's body drew a long gully on the ground. This kick actually kicked him 5 miles away, out of the range of the pharmaceutical factory. Chin Mo kept walking, kicked his legs on the ground, crossed the distance in an instant, and appeared in front of the white tiger again. The old man was in a state of suffering. He suffered heavy injuries one after another, although it was not fatal, but if there were too many mosquito bites, it could kill people. Run. Must run. In just a few seconds just now, he had already seen how big the gap between himself and Chin Mo was, and if he continued to fight, he would simply be looking for death. At this moment, Chin Mo's fist landed on his head again. The old man only felt that his brain was shaken violently, his eyes were dizzy, and he was extremely drowsy, but he was still conscious. The scarlet blood stained his sharp teeth, as well as the bright white gemstone he hid in his mouth. Crackling, the old man bit down the gemstone fiercely, and countless white dust appeared in his mouth. Chin Mo immediately raised his brows, and his sharp eyes found something wrong at a glance. These white dust seemed to contain some kind of strange power. At the same time that thoughts flashed in his heart, Chin Mo punched out again. However, at this moment, the white dust that was originally in his mouth suddenly spread to the old man's whole body, covering him completely. The soft and weak touch was sent back to Chin Mo's brain along the fist peak, and he felt as if he had hit the cotton. What is this? Chin Mo was extremely puzzled. Immediately afterwards, countless white dust particles suddenly emitted a shimmering light, and thousands of fireflies gathered together to form a light cluster. Chin Mo withdrew his fist in an instant and stepped back a few feet. He didn't know what it was, so he would maintain his due vigilance. The red dot appeared in the center of the pupil again, and Chin Mo decided to take a long-range attack. But before the red light filled the eyeballs, a very faint light sound suddenly sounded. Boom! The glaring white light dissipated, and pieces of feathers slowly fell to the ground. Chin Mo looked intently, only to see nothing in front of him. Where was the white tiger? He didn't know what kind of means he used to disappear here out of thin air. Chin Mo couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was extremely shocked. At the same time, he released his hearing with all his strength, and quickly covered a radius of more than 100 miles. Countless complicated information was transmitted to his ears, and after analysis and processing by the super brain, it was converted into simple and clear information. Chin Mo's expression became more and more shocked, and his brows could not help but frown. Within the area covered by him, no information about the old man was found at all, as if he really disappeared out of thin air. What are those white dust particles? Chin Mo murmured to himself. Could it be some kind of special relic of the Holy Spirit, or crystallization of elements? There were many doubts in his mind, but no one could answer them for the time being. Although Chin Mo has a powerful strength comparable to that of S rank, his understanding of the world is very little, and he is even inferior to Chu Tianzhao. If you want to know more secrets, you still have to find out from the Millennium family. Thinking of this, Chin Mo's body froze suddenly. Several black lines climbed up his forehead, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. As soon as he mentioned the 1,000-year-old family, he thought of Li Mo, whom he usually called kind. Brother Li. Today, Li Mo really gave him a big surprise. Chin Mo turned around, exploded with speed, and returned to Lianhua Pharmaceutical Factory in an instant, appearing in front of Li Mo. At this time, Li Mo had already returned to his original state and had recovered the power of the dragon. But he didn't look good. There was a small hole through the left abdomen near the heart, the internal organs were faintly visible, and blood was flowing outward. But he is quite full of energy now, and his forehead is also covered with black lines, which is comparable to Chin Mo. Li Mo covered his wound, opened his eyes wide, and stared at Chin Mo intently. Chin Mo didn't avoid it at all, but also stared back. His eyes were bigger than Li Mo's. For a while, neither of them spoke first, and the atmosphere gradually became weird. After a long time, Li Mo just let out a cold snort, was defeated first, and said in a trembling voice. What are you looking at? Hearing this, Qin Mo frowned, with a sneer on his face. What are you looking at? When the words fell to the ground, little red dots suddenly appeared in his two pupils again. Take your hands away, Qin Mo said. Seeing this, Li Mo's expression was calm, and he opened his arms, exposing his wound directly. He was not at all worried that Qin Mo would harm him. He had unlimited trust in Qin Mo, as usual. Afterwards, Qin Mo aimed at his wound and shot two very small and extremely weak rays. He actually used high temperature to temporarily seal Li Mo's wound, and the blood no longer flowed out. This is the power of high temperature rays. Qin Mo can control the range and strength of the ray as he likes. He can beat the S rank when he pushes it with all his strength, and he can heal for a short time with careful control. Of course, he doesn't need to rely on this to heal. His own recovery ability is extremely strong. If he is really injured, the wound will heal quickly. Feeling the slight pain from the abdomen, Li Mo's eyes flickered and his face showed a strange expression. He was very curious about this, and he didn't know how Qin Mo did it. Li Mo couldn't see through Qin Mo now. Recalling what he said a few days ago, he felt as if he had become a clown. He also said that if there is no accident in the middle, he will definitely become an S rank within 3 to 5 years. In just 3 to 5 days, he will surpass S rank. What kind of terrifying growth rate is this? What an amazing potential. The most important point is that he is only 23 years old. In many cases, youth is capital, which means that there are infinite possibilities in the future, and it is hard to see where the upper limit is. Soon, Qin Mo withdrew the high temperature rays, and his eyes were clear again. Li Mo took a long breath, moved his arms, and confirmed that his actions would not be damaged. He will need more detailed treatment of his body later, and now, the first thing to do is to deal with the aftermath. In today's battle, not only did hundreds of awakened have a big scuffle, but it also involved S-level skirmishes that were no less large than the frontier. Fortunately, because of Qin Mo's appearance, the security bureau's losses were very small, and the aftermath of the battle did not expand further. Otherwise, the entire imperial capital would not be enough for them to fight. I'll talk to you slowly after I've dealt with the trouble here. Li Mo glared at him and said. Hearing this, Qin Mo waved his hand casually, and replied, all right, you are the chief and you are the biggest, you have the final say. Li Mo nodded, and then exuded mighty dragon power again. He didn't understand the implication of Qin Mo's words. At this time, he was only shocked by Qin Mo's strength, but he didn't know that he was a member of the Security Bureau and his subordinate. The majestic dragon prestige filled the air, and everyone immediately felt the heavy pressure like a mountain in the sea, and their actions were sluggish. The faces of the Tiandaway people immediately turned ugly, and they fell into despair. It's over, I can't run even if I want to run now. As early as the moment number 2 was instantly killed with one blow and the old man was hoisted up and hammered, they already had the intention to retreat from the bottom of their hearts. If there is no mighty long way, then everyone will run away together, maybe a few can slip away, but now. Either be killed on the spot, or captured without a fight. Ever since, under the leadership of Li Mo and Li Yi, it only took 5 minutes for the various teams in the security office to completely end the battle. Then, within the smoky ruins, Li Mo quickly appeared in front of Li Mo with Li Yi and his deputy. Their eyes naturally glanced at Qin Mo, who was subconsciously standing behind Li Mo, and they became more and more sure of their previous guess. Sure enough, this person was indeed the backhand arranged by Li Shi of Qingyang, but they couldn't help being a little startled by the fact that this backhand had the terrifying power of S rank. Li Maonong was inseparable from the S rank of the Tiandaway, but Qin Mo suppressed the white tiger from all directions. Then, after going back and forth, it is obvious that Qin Mo's strength has surpassed that of Li Mo. Being able to cultivate such a strong man in secret is enough to show the background of their Li family. Father, how is your injury? After a brief silence, Li Mo asked first. Hearing this, Li Mo nodded slowly, and said lightly, it's nothing serious. Afterwards, he ordered in an orderly manner, count the damage at the security office, send the wounded to the Imperial Hospital immediately, dispatch other personnel from the Security Bureau, temporarily seal off the Lianhua pharmaceutical factory, and conduct a comprehensive investigation here to ensure that no remnants of the Tiandaway are hiding. In addition, those who surrendered will be imprisoned collectively first, and the high level and low level must be distinguished. Li Mo spoke quickly and quickly made a follow-up plan. In the past, he didn't need to take care of these things, and Li Tongshan would naturally take care of everything. But now, Li Tongshan is dead, and that dog is still a deeply hidden ghost. Li Mo couldn't help but secretly sighed. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's do it." "Yes," Li Mo said in a low voice. After that, he turned around and was about to leave, but he never thought that Li Yuan's figure would break into his sight. Li Yuan naturally no longer had the usual posture at this time. Her white and tender skin was already stained with blood and black ash, and her messy bangs were casually attached to her forehead. "Little sister, how are you?" Li Mo asked with concern. Li Yuan shook her head, indicating that she was safe and sound. Since the moment she appeared here, she had been looking at Li Mo all the time. To be precise, it was looking at Qin Mo behind Li Mo. Her eyes are extremely complicated now, and her heart is also very chaotic. One thing to say, she suddenly didn't know what identity to face Qin Mo with. Friend, team member, or the savior many times. From the moment she knew Qin Mo's strength, many things in the past were like a movie, and scenes surfaced in her mind one by one. Many previous doubts, like a tangled mess, found the end of the thread, and all of them made sense. Li Yuan passed Li Mo and the others, walked in front of Li Mo, and took a deep breath. Li Mo and the others also stopped at this moment, turned around and looked at her, wondering what she was going to do. Could it be that the little girl has finally enlightened? Don't play tricks on her anymore. Several lines of sight stared at Li Yuan, waiting for her next move. The atmosphere in the air changed at this moment, becoming weird again. Li Mo was also very puzzled now. He looked at Li Yuan with his hands behind his back, his lips parted slightly, and he wanted to be the first to ask questions. However, just before he spoke, Qin Mo's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Team leader, are you not injured?" he asked with a smile. Without, Li Yuan dodged his eyes, bit his lower lip, and replied subconsciously. Her voice is very soft, it's hard to hear if you don't listen carefully. However, no one cared what she said now. Among the 6 people present, except for Li Yuan and Qin Mo, the remaining 4 were all frozen. They wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. What is Qin Mo's name? Li Yuan. Team leader. Li Mo widened his eyes, turned around abruptly, looked at Qin Mo in shock, and asked again. "What did you just say?" Well, seeing such a sudden reaction from him, Qin Mo couldn't help being taken aback, and said blankly, "I didn't say anything." "You call her the team leader?" Li Mo pointed at Li Yuan and asked in a trembling voice. "Yeah, what else is it called?" Qin Mo was a little confused, so he could call her by her first name, Li Yuan, but it wasn't because the team leader kept calling her, and she was used to it. Li Mo was dumbfounded. He suddenly turned his head to look at Li Yuan, pointed at Qin Mo and asked, "He called you the team leader?" Before Li Yuan could speak, Li Mo continued, "Could it be that this kid is a member of your team?" Among the ruins, gunpowder smoke filled the air, and there was solitude. Only Li Mo's shocked voice could be heard far away. Facing his urgent gaze, Li Yuan was slightly taken aback. She had never seen Li Mo's demeanor fluctuate so violently since she grew up. "Qin Mo is a member of Group 7 and has been working under me before." Li Yuan nodded. Hiss. Suddenly, there were hisses of gasping for air one after another. Li Mo was shocked, and Li Yi was also shocked, and they all stared at Li Yuan in disbelief. Isn't Qin Mo actually a genius secretly cultivated by the Li family in Qingyang? At this moment, the long-term memories that had been buried in the dustbin finally recalled, and Li Mo remembered in a trance that there was indeed such a person in the 7th group. He turned his stiff neck and stared blankly at Qin Mo's face, which became more and more familiar the more he looked at it. Not long ago, Li Yuan was seriously injured and sent to the Imperial Hospital. It seemed that Qin Mo was accompanying him in the cell. He even had a few brief words with Qin Mo. He even gave Qin Mo 200,000 yuan as a reward for his heroic rescue of Li Yuan. Just 200,000 yuan, just want to send an extremely powerful S-rank awakener. If this is set out, I am afraid that I will be laughed out of my teeth and become the laughing stock of the whole world. 200,000, even an F-rank awakener would not pay attention to it. Looking back now, how ridiculous he was at the time. Li Mo opened his mouth, but found that his mouth was full of bitterness. One of the things he is most grateful for now is that the actions at that time did not make Qin Mo evil. Fortunately, a layer of cold sweat silently soaked his back. The person who was most shocked at this time was undoubtedly Li Mo. The moment he heard Li Yuan's affirmative answer, his mind immediately buzzed. Li Mo stood where he was, without moving for a long time, with a stiff expression. If the corners of his mouth were not still twitching slightly, Qin Mo would have thought that this guy was petrified standing in the wind. Isn't it just calling Li Yuan the team leader? As for such a big reaction, Qin Mo muttered to himself. And if Li Mo could hear his inner voice now, he would definitely growl loudly in his ear. As for, if he knew that Qin Mo was a member of the Security Bureau, why would he need to work so hard? He still needs to try his best to win over this guy. The more Li Mo thought about it, the more angry he became. He looked at Qin Mo, his eyes widened, and he asked viciously. Why didn't you say this earlier? You never asked. Qin Mo shrugged helplessly. Hey, 2 days ago, I rejected the dinner and said that I would have to work overtime temporarily. Is the co-author going to perform a task? Li Mo snorted coldly, and said in a strange way. Hee, there are troubles in the company and restlessness in the family. It turns out that the Security Bureau and the Qingyang Li family have internal ghosts. Qin Mo did not show any weakness, but retorted. He. All of a sudden, Li Mo was stunned and didn't know how to refute. If they wanted to tell secrets, both of them had a lot of secrets, and they both told a lot of lies in order to hide from each other. In short, no one's crotch is clean if one takes one's trousers open. However, the reason for hiding it is ultimately because of the importance of this precious friendship. The two are pure year-end friends. Even when Li Mo didn't know Qin Mo's strength before, he and Qin Mo were also extremely close. As he said a long time ago, Qin Mo is just like him when he was young. Very similar. Let's have dinner tonight, Li Mo said lightly. The topic changed very naturally. Hearing this, Qin Mo immediately put away his reply. As if nothing happened just now, he raised his eyebrows and asked. Still the old place? What old place are you going? Go to my house. The indifferent look lasted for less than a second, and was defeated by Qin Mo. Li Mo said angrily, then turned his head to look at Li Mo, who was beside him, and stared. It's all your fault, Li Mo. What does this have to do with him? He doesn't know anything, and he doesn't understand what the two of them are talking about. I didn't expect that just standing here, without saying a word, would be shot innocently. Li Mo's heart was bitter, the corners of his already bitter mouth seemed to have eaten coptis chinensis. But at this moment, Li Yuan on the side suddenly interjected. I'll go back tonight, too. Hearing this, Li Mo couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Hiss, ho. Faint smoke spewed out from bright red lips, slowly floated up into the sky, mixed with the gunpowder smoke from the pharmaceutical factory, and gradually became indistinguishable from each other. Li Yuan sat on the collapsed eaves, squinting his eyes slightly, and slowly relaxed his tense body. Qin Mo was sitting beside her, and the two quietly watched the clouds reflected in the sky, enjoying a moment of peace and leisure. The rest of the Security Bureau was searching and cleaning up the pharmaceutical factory at this time, and Li Mo left here first to treat his abdominal injury. Anyway, it's not even 4 o'clock now, and it's still early in the evening. Li Mo had already called the ancient castle in advance and asked them to prepare a sumptuous dinner. When night fell, Qin Mo could go with Li Yuan. Since you are an awakened person, why have you never said it? Li Yuan asked suddenly, holding a cigarette in his right hand and pulling his bangs behind his ears. Hearing this, Qin Mo was slightly stunned. This question was asked so that he didn't know how to answer it for a while. You can't tell Li Yuan that you were an ordinary person a month ago, and it took 30 days to really grow up, right? This cannot be said. The S rank at the age of 23 is already shocking enough. If it is an S rank for a month, it is a shocking level. Although the current Qin Mo has a combat power comparable to S level, he still does not have the capital to fight against the whole world. Since ancient times, greed has plagued people's hearts. Besides, Who knows if there are stronger awakeners above the S rank? Ever since, Chin Mo paused for a while, and then said, actually, it doesn't matter whether you say it or not. Everyone has their own choice. Hearing such an answer, Li Yuan turned to look at him, and nodded slightly. She suddenly thought of what Chin Mo had said to her when they were eating and chatting together. Now that you have made a choice, don't regret it, just go on unswervingly. Come to think of it, this is the life he wants. Beads of soot quietly fell to the ground, and the sparks gradually extinguished. After the cigarette was burned out, Li Yuan casually dropped the cigarette butt, stood up and said, the 7th group also needs to participate in the aftermath work, so I will go first. I'll go with you. Chin Mo also stood up. Hearing this, Li Yuan said, with your current strength, you don't need to do these things anymore. After a few days, when father has completely dealt with the matters of the Tiandaway, he should have other arrangements for you. Other arrangements? Chin Mo asked suspiciously. Li Yuan nodded and hummed lightly. Afterwards, the two said as they walked, I don't know what the specific arrangement is, but you will definitely not stay in the security office anymore. The current director, Li Mo, is only AB level. And the S level awakened person, no matter where they are placed, is a strong person, can have a very high status and a very high salary, so it is naturally impossible to continue to stay in the guard. This is overkill. With Chin Mo's current strength, it is more than enough for him to be directly promoted to the director, but as Li Yuan said, the specific arrangement still depends on how Li Mo does it. It seems that I have to ask Brother Li after dinner tonight. Chin Mo thought to himself. The two of them talked all the way, crossed half of the pharmaceutical factory, and came to the area in charge of the 7th group. As soon as Chin Mo appeared, everyone in the 7th group immediately stopped what they were doing and all stared at him. It's just that everyone looks different. Some people's faces are full of envy, some people's eyes flicker, and some people's eyes dodge. When they worked together in the past, they used to order Chin Mo a lot, and now they are extremely nervous. Li Chengfeng took a few glances at him, then looked away, and lowered his head. He just felt as if he had knocked over the seasoning bottle, and the ups and downs of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty rushed to his heart, mixed with 5 flavors. A person who had never been in his eyes turned into an S-level awakened person. It took him a long time to accept such a sharp contrast. Envy, jealousy, loneliness, all these things are intertwined, making Li Chengfeng extremely uncomfortable. Continue to work. Li Yuan looked around and said calmly. Hearing this, Li Chengfeng and others began to clean the battlefield again, and they dared not look at Chin Mo again. Sister Su is still outside, I'll go and see her first. Chin Mo said with a smile. Li Yuan nodded and said, go ahead, you can go back to the security bureau first, or you can go back together after the work here is over. Chin Mo's eyes slowly swept over Li Chengfeng and the others, his expression was strange, half a smile was not a smile. The person he saw felt his body stiffen, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up, the pressure was quite high, and he was extremely anxious. Forget it, Sister Su and I will go back to the security bureau first. Chin Mo looked away and smiled. Okay. Su Yin nodded. Chin Mo also nodded to her, and then walked towards the outside of the pharmaceutical factory. He just walked past Li Chengfeng and the others, but he never said a word, greeted them, and never looked at them. Even if it was just a slight glance, it never happened. It seemed that Chin Mo didn't pay attention to them at all, and didn't notice them at all. This behavior is just like how they treated Chin Mo in the past. After Chin Mo left, the bitterness in the hearts of Li Chengfeng and the others became more intense. They felt a little regretful in their hearts. If he didn't have the attitude of shouting towards Chin Mo before, how could he be reduced to this now? An S-level awakened person, this can be said to be a thigh that is too thick to hold. Chin Mo has a bright future. Wealth, status, beauties, power, etc., he will have it at his fingertips. And even if they just catch the soup that leaked from Chin Mo's fingers, they will have no worries in this life. However, opportunities are always around, but Li Chengfeng and others have never had a pair of discerning eyes. Su Yin doesn't have such insight either, but she is very lucky. Judging from Chin Mo's address just now and his actions just now, Su Yin is definitely going to be prosperous. From now on, although she is just an ordinary person and not an awakened person, she can walk sideways in the security bureau just by relying on Chin Mo's relationship. Even Lee Mo, the director, would stop and talk with a smile when he saw her. This is the terrifying energy possessed by an S-rank awakener. Chin Mo, who left Lianhua Pharmaceutical Factory, didn't care what Li Changfeng was thinking. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The two parties are people from different circles, whether it is before today or after today. Soon, after walking a few steps, Chin Mo saw Su Yin. Su Yin was leaning against the black off-road vehicle they drove, frowning, her eyes wandering, lost in thought, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She didn't even notice that Chin Mo had walked behind her. Seeing this, Chin Mo slowly raised his hand, patted Su Yin's shoulder, and at the same time leaned into her ear and said, "Hey, Miss Su, what are you thinking about?" Su Yin shivered suddenly. She was so frightened that her soul almost flew out. When she turned her head and saw that it was Chin Mo, she let out a long sigh of relief and patted her bulging chest. "Huh, I was scared to death." Chin Mo smiled slightly and said, "Just kidding." Hearing this, Su Yin subconsciously gave him a blank look. She was about to speak, but when she opened her mouth, she stopped where she was, and she choked back the words that had reached her throat. She took a step back, looked aside, and asked in a low voice, "How are the team leader and the others?" "Don't worry, the matter is over," the team leader. Afterwards, Chin Mo briefly told her the general process. Su Yin stood there and listened quietly. Her hands seemed not to know how to place them, so she had to keep her fingers knotted. When Chin Mo finished speaking, she only hummed softly. "Sister Su, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Chin Mo was a little puzzled. He quietly opened the perspective, and scanned Su Yin from top to bottom, inside and out, but found that she was not injured. Su Yin shook her head and replied, "No, it's just." Seeing her hesitant look, Chin Mo thought about it, thought for a while, and suddenly realized the reason. He couldn't help laughing, and then joked, "Sister Su, you won't stop being nice to me just because I'm an awakened person." "How could?" Su Yin quickly raised her head and said. She stared at Chin Mo with a pair of beautiful eyes, and said, "Besides, how can I get along with you?" No. Chin Mo put on a puzzled look on purpose, and said, "Then who went with you on a blind date yesterday? Why do I remember that Sister Su seems to be my girlfriend?" "You, that's fake, it's for." "Hey, I thought it was a fake show." Before she could say anything, Chin Mo interrupted her and exclaimed, "Well, you Chin Mo, you want to take advantage of your sister, right?" Su Yin raised her arm and punched him hard, looking very angry. Chin Mo didn't feel anything about this punch, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Under his deliberate guidance just now, the atmosphere of getting along between the two returned to the usual way. The faint estrangement brought about by that layer of identity has disappeared. Seeing that he didn't respond, Su Yin withdrew her arm, looked Chin Mo from head to toe, and asked softly, "Chin Mo, have you really become an awakened one?" When did it happen?" Su Yin continued to ask. Chin Mo scratched his head and replied, "Just a long time ago." "Okay, you have been hiding from my sister for so long, woo, you are so cruel." Su Yin returned to her original appearance, wiping away tears that didn't exist, pretending to cry. "Hey, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. I didn't hide it from you, but you never asked." Chin Mo shrugged, and he still answered the same way. "Hey, how can I ask if you don't tell me? I think you just want to see your sister make a fool of herself." "Tisk tisk, it's a bit difficult, Sister Su is always so good looking," Chin Mo said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Yin snorted coldly, and muttered, "Flirtatious words, men don't have a good thing." Okay, how about we go back to the security bureau and talk later?" "Don't you have to wait for the team leader?" Su Yin asked suspiciously. "No need." Chin Mo waved his hand. "Oh fine." Su Yin nodded and did not continue to ask. Afterwards, the two walked towards the security bureau on foot, instead of driving. They left the car to Li Yuan and others. The sunset glowed in the sky, and the faint afterglow sprinkled on the backs of the two, reflecting two long shadows that blended together, and the voices of the two talking could be heard from time to time on the street. "Speaking of which, handsome boy, what level of awakener are you?" Sister Sue, let's guess. F rank. No. Then, the same D class as the team leader. No, you won't be a high-level awakener, will you? Well, of course not. What the hell is that? Su Yin was extremely puzzled. I won't tell you. Let's talk, the handsome guy is the best, just tell my sister. When Chin Mo and Su Yin walked back to the security bureau together, it was just 5 o'clock. A warm current surged in his body suddenly, and today's light energy points have been accumulated again. Chin Mo focused his eyes on the eyes, opened the Gene Awakening panel, and moved his eyes to the bottom. Light energy points. 24, freely assignable. Although his current strength is already comparable to that of an S-rank awakener, he still must not slack off and continue to work hard to become stronger. If there are 24 points, it happens that 3 points are assigned to each of the 8 attributes. Chin Mo thought to himself. His current attributes are really balanced, except for 95 points of vision and 92 points of strength, the rest are around 88 points. The warm current quickly spread to Chin Mo's whole body, strengthening him in all directions. Eyesight is growing again, seeing farther and more nuanced, the same is true for hearing, the range is increasing, and the power is also quietly improving. Feeling the changes in his body, a faint smile slowly appeared on the corner of Chin Mo's mouth. All my attributes have reached 90 points and above. Wait for another 3 days at most, and they will all break through 100. I don't know if the biological force field will be strengthened again at that time. He can now suspend in the air, and the next stage must be flying. This ability is also Chin Mo's heart, second only to the awakened high-temperature rays. After the increase was completed, the warm current quickly subsided, and no new skills were awakened today. Chin Mo had expected this. He had already discovered before that the further back, the higher the threshold and the more light energy points needed. Of course, this doesn't mean that Chin Mo's strength growth has slowed down, it's just that the level of strength is different. For example, just now, 3 points of solar energy were allocated to hearing, which fully allowed Chin Mo to expand the listening range by 3 miles. This improvement can be said to be quite good, but on the basis of a radius of more than 100 miles, the increase is actually not obvious. In the final analysis, it is because the current Chin Mo is strong enough. After the distribution of light energy points was over, Li Yuan and the others just happened to return to the security bureau. They stopped by the Imperial Capital Hospital on the way to visit their injured colleagues, and then turned back, which was a little late. In the 7 groups of offices, Li Yuan, who was full of fatigue between his brows and eyes, clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Let's stop here for today, everyone has worked hard, go back and have a good rest. Although most of the Tiandui's forces have been wiped out, don't relax your vigilance and maintain due vigilance. Quote. Yes, Li Chengfeng and the others answered in unison, and then followed each other to leave. Su Yin also greeted Chin Mo and made an appointment to meet tomorrow, then walked out of the office. Only Chin Mo and Li Yuan were left in the room. Li Yuan turned to look at him, and said, let's go, the family should be ready for dinner. Ah, okay. Chin Mo touched his nose, got up and followed her, walking towards the underground parking lot. Listening to these words just now, why did I always feel a strange feeling? He couldn't help but think of the time when he and Li Mo were fishing and eating together, and he seemed to say that he wanted Chin Mo to marry him. At that time, without knowing Li Mo's specific identity, Chin Mo directly refused, saying that his daughter had a bad temper and was too capricious. Cough cough. Who would have thought that it was actually Li Yuan who was talking about it? As he thought so, his eyes wandered. Just like that, with the roar of the engine, the car arrived at Qingyang Li's secluded manor in the imperial capital after 40 minutes. The car door opened, Chin Mo stepped out of the car, and took a look around. This is the first time he has come to this kind of place, although he followed Chu Tianzhao to the Songfeng clubhouse to attend a banquet last time, and he also saw the manor and the old castle. However, comparing the Pine Wind Clubhouse with this place, there is no comparison at all. The two are not at the same level at all. Hello Mr. Chin. Friendly greetings rang in the ears. Li's old butler looked at the two with a smile on his face. This is Uncle Li, an old man of our Li family, deeply trusted by my father. Li Yuan introduced. Faced with such a high evaluation, the old housekeeper was not humble, but nodded with a smile. Then, He turned sideways, pointed to the inside of the manor, and said very politely, "Please, Mr. Chin. Uncle Lee can just call me Chin Mo, there is no need to call me young master." Chin Mo spoke, and then walked into the manor with Li Yuan. The breeze blew across the cheeks, and the night was hazy, adding a sense of tranquility to the manor out of thin air. The old housekeeper followed the two of them, and said with a smile, "Master has already called before, and he will arrive in about 5 minutes. How is your father's injury going?" "It's all right." The old butler replied softly, and then continued, "Madam learned that there will be a distinguished guest coming tonight, so she went into the small kitchen in the afternoon, and she has been waiting for a long time." The honored guest he was talking about was naturally Chin Mo. Moreover, the first time you enter the Li family in Qingyang, you can let the duke's wife cook in person, which is not an ordinary, expensive. But Chin Mo's strength lies here, an S-level awakener, and so young. He certainly deserves such treatment. "Mother, this is Chin Mo." Li Yuan pointed at Chin Mo and introduced his identity to the duke's wife. "I met madam, good evening madam." Chin Mo greeted. Hearing this, the duke's wife nodded slowly, and said with a smile, "There is no need to look outside this way, treat this place as your own home, you can do whatever you want, come in and sit first." After finishing speaking, she and Chin Mo walked into the inner hall together and sat on the sofa. As soon as she entered the door, Chin Mo secretly looked at the layout of the castle. Although there is not much furniture here, every pile and piece reveals luxury and status. Whether it's carpets, sofas, fireplaces, or high lamps, the materials used for them cost a lot of money and are very expensive. Not to mention, there are many things that you can't buy with money. From these inconspicuous details, it is enough to see what is called a 1,000-year-old family and what is called the upper class. The gap between classes has always been greater than the gap between ordinary people and awakened ones. What Li Chengfeng and the others dream of is to step into the circle of the upper class, but they have never been able to enter. Now that Chin Mo has stepped into Qingyang Li's manor and castle in the imperial capital, it is equivalent to half a foot of him stepping into this circle. "You should be that little friend. I heard from the master that he often mentioned you, always saying that you have a similar temperament to him, and you are very close." The lady sitting on the sofa suddenly asked. Hearing this, Li Yuan on the side couldn't help but glanced at him with strange eyes. She didn't know that Chin Mo was that little friend. When she went home last time, she didn't see Li Mo, so she went to meet Chin Mo. No wonder. Li Yuan nodded secretly in her heart. She still wondered what the two of them were arguing with in the afternoon. It turned out that they had known each other for a long time and had a good relationship. "Brother Li and I. Well, we really hit it off with Duke Li." Chin Mo habitually called Brother Li, and he was already talking smoothly. Seeing his generous acknowledgement, the smile on Mrs. Li's face became more intense. She raised her arms to pick up the teapot on the coffee table, and slowly poured a pot of tea into the cup. At the same time, she said casually, "It's a good thing to find friends, but some bad habits can't be learned. You haven't been to a place like a club, have you?" Clubhouse. Chin Mo's body froze, his heart skipped a beat, and he said to himself, "It's broken." The news of Li Mo's going to the health care center had been spread throughout the city a few days ago, and of course the Duke's wife also knew it clearly. Speaking carefully, this is the big health care he took Li Mo to. Although he is not low now, he was questioned by his wife in public. This, no matter how high the strength is, it will be scary. Chin Mo twitched the corners of his mouth and squeezed out a stiff smile. He was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan on the side frowned first and said, "Mother, Chin Mo is not that kind of person. I have been with him for more than a year, and I still know him a little bit." In the same way, she said the same thing when Li Mo went to the clubhouse. "As always, as sure as ever, as always." "That's right." Chin Mo nodded, and said righteously, "I never go to the clubhouse." "That's good. At such an age, you already have a strong strength comparable to S-class. The future can be said to be promising. I didn't expect to have such a heart. It is really commendable." Mrs. Guo took a sip of tea, said with a smile on her face, "I see, among the younger generation in Dakan, you are the number one." "Ma'am is overrated." Chin Mo replied with a smile. The atmosphere in the venue was extremely harmonious. Mrs. Guo has no airs, she is very approachable, and has a wide range of knowledge. Chatting with her is like a spring breeze. The three chatted like this for a while, then they heard footsteps outside the door. Qin Mo looked up and saw Li Mo walking in full of energy. His injuries seemed to have completely healed, and Li Mo quietly followed behind him. What are you talking about? Li Mo asked. Hearing this, Mrs. Guo turned her head to look, and then smiled and said, "It's nothing to talk about, just chatting with Qin Mo about homework." HMPH, you have to be more cautious when chatting with this kid, he can't utter a few words of truth. I think Qin Mo is a pretty good kid, with an honest personality, unlike you. The lady got up and retorted. Hearing this, Li Mo felt resentful for a while, and didn't continue to fight back, but just gave Qin Mo a quiet look. Let's eat first, he said. After all, several people followed each other and walked towards the dining table. Li Mo took the main seat without hesitation. Qin Mo sat beside him, and Li Yuan was next to him on the other side. Apart from their family of four, Qin Mo was the only outsider at the dinner table. The old housekeeper was accompanying him and did not attend the table. According to the past, Li Tongshan should be waiting for this meeting, but who would have thought that this guy is actually a ghost, so this meeting can only trouble the old housekeeper. This is Li Mo's private banquet, not a formal invitation. Therefore, everyone is very casual, chatting with their parents while eating, and sometimes laughing, showing a happy and peaceful appearance. No one talked about work matters. This is the content after the banquet. Qin Mo didn't show any timidity on such occasions, and his performance was elegant and moderate, which was deeply liked by the Duke's wife. This is the self-confidence brought to him by his strength. With strength, he has confidence, and he will not panic wherever he goes. This evening banquet lasted for nearly an hour. After it was over, Li Mo went to deal with the follow-up of today's action. Madame took Li Yuan upstairs to the boudoir to say something private. As for Qin Mo, he followed Li Mo, and the two followed each other into the study. The old butler shunned the nearby maids with great insight, and then quietly walked away. He knew that the spies were about to begin. The banquet has never been the point, it's just incidental. The real key is after the banquet. At this time, in the study, Qin Mo and Li Mo sat opposite each other, with a chessboard in front of them, and chess pieces in their hands. Slap! There was a clear sound of falling stones, and Li Mo dropped a sunspot in the corner, and at the same time he said slowly. Today, you really surprised me. I thought it would take 3 years for you to be promoted to S rank. I never thought that your strength would surpass mine in just a few days. Hearing this, Qin Mo frowned, and asked while dropping a white ball, did you know that I am an awakened person before today? Li Mo hummed lightly, then raised his head to look at Qin Mo. A trace of faint dragon prestige suddenly diffused in the study, and his pupils had unknowingly changed, turning into vertical pupils, shining with a ray of golden light. Under the gaze of the dragon, everything has nowhere to hide. Afterwards, he roughly told him when he discovered Qin Mo and how he saw him take action many times later. After listening, Qin Mo nodded slowly, frowned and said, S-level awakened ones are so powerful, I didn't realize it. Everyone who can advance to an S-class awakened person can be said to have a very comprehensive control over the power of their genes, and their methods are endless. Although you have great strength now, when facing other S ranks, you must not take it lightly or underestimate it. It should be noted that when a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Li Mo said in a deep voice, this is his warning to Qin Mo. Qin Mo nodded to show his understanding, and then he asked, this afternoon, the S-level member of the Tianduo suddenly disappeared before my eyes. Is that some kind of means he has? He was very puzzled about this matter. Li Mo shook his head and said slowly, no, that's the effect of the Holy Spirit's relic, and has nothing to do with him. Holy Spirit relic. Qin Mo became more and more puzzled, and he asked in puzzlement, even if it is the relic of the Holy Spirit precipitated by an S-level awakened person, it shouldn't have such a powerful effect, right? How could the dead be better than the living? Quote, it can be seen from the relics of the Holy Spirit precipitated by A-level awakeners that the relics themselves are not as powerful as they were in life. Under the drawer at Qin Mo's house, there are still several pieces left to eat ashes, which are not of much use on weekdays. You're right, Li Mo first agreed, and then continued. if they are at the same level, then most of the Holy Spirit relics and elemental crystals are no match for serious awakeners. But there is also a gap between the ranks. Quote, he put away Longwei, his pupils returned to normal, and then said, you should know that the higher the rank, the greater the gap between ranks, and the more uneven the strength will be. Qin Mo nodded. He had already discovered this in the recent fights with the Tiandawei. It is also A level, and the Suzaku transformed into Tiandawei number 2 is much more powerful than Li Yi's Goshawk. The former basically suppresses the latter. As for the gap between grades, the distance between a grade and S grade has already been described by the distance between heaven and earth, so it is clear at a glance. You mean to say that the relic of the Holy Spirit was extracted after the death of the best S level awakened? Qin Mo asked with a frown. Li Mo smiled slightly, and said slowly, to be precise, it is an S-rank 9th level mimic system awakener. If I read correctly, it should be a lovebird. 9th level, Qin Mo asked in surprise. How is this divided? Is there a higher level above S level? Of course, the power of genes is inexhaustible. Since the gene explosion thousands of years ago, human beings have never stopped exploring genes, nor have they reached the end. Li Mo pointed to the chessboard between the two of them, and said softly, just like Go, it's just a black and white pair, but it can produce infinite changes. Mimicry, awakening, spiritual, different simulations and different elements will have different powers, you can understand it as genetic diversity. Quote, Qin Mo remembered all of them in his heart. These were things he had never touched before, and they involved the secret of power itself, which only a handful of people in this world knew. Without waiting for Qin Mo to speak, Li Mo continued to popularize to him. When a person has fully developed the superficial power of genes, then he is a top A-level awakener, and then he needs to touch deeper things. This process is extremely difficult, and most people will not be able to touch it in their lifetime, as if there is a moat in front of them. But once you cross this threshold, you will come to a wider world, break through the natural barrier, and ascend from the ground to the sky, so that you can achieve S level. This can be said to be a certain leap in the level of life, a qualitative change, and the power of control is far from the same as before. After the S level, there is the Heavenly King level, which requires crossing a huge and incomparable gap. And in the middle, because the level of strength has been raised too high, 9 levels are divided, the first level is the lowest, and the 9th level is the highest. Quote, listening to Li Mo's detailed explanation from shallow to deep, Qin Mo's eyes flickered, thoughtful. He had guessed earlier that the S rank was not the pinnacle of gene power, but now it seems that it is indeed the case. After all, things that can be known to ordinary people are definitely not the truest appearance, especially when awakened people are involved. Heavenly King class, Qin Mo murmured softly. Li Mo looked at him with a wider smile on his face. The origin of the name Tianwang, if traced back to the source, is still thousands of years ago. Li Mo showed nostalgia on his face, and recalled, in the dark age of chaotic wars among the nations, Dakan continued to fight in all directions and rose rapidly. Among them, 5 people were the strongest and most brave and good at fighting. They made great contributions to Dakan. Later, when the Dark Age ended, Qin and Qi began a millennium-long confrontation. Those 5 people were also named 5 Heavenly Kings by His Majesty Tezu, enjoying supreme glory and wealth for generations. Quote, these 5 Heavenly Kings, could they be? Qin Mo asked tentatively. Li Mo knew what he meant, nodded with a smile, and admitted, that's right, it's the 5,000-year-old family you see now. Hiss. Qin Mo's eyes widened. This was an absolute secret. He really didn't know that the 5,000-year-old family had such roots. However, if you think about it carefully, if you don't have such a history, how can you stand up for 1,000 years and still be strong today? Your current strength, I guess, should have reached the 2nd rank of S rank. With your amazing talent, it may be possible to advance to the Heavenly King rank in the future. Li Mo said that he was quite optimistic about Qin Mo's potential. A 23-year-old S class is enough to overwhelm a lifetime. No matter how wide the gap between the King class is, Qin Mo can still try to make a leap. However, what he didn't know was that Qin Mo didn't have any rank at all. He is not an S-rank awakener in the true sense, so where did the natural gap come from? The so-called threshold does not exist for Qin Mo. He has a Superman gene awakening panel, and he only needs to continuously absorb solar energy and accumulate light energy points to grow rapidly. With Qin Mo's current speed, after a year or two of dying, all of his attributes will be able to break through 1,000. At that time, it will not be difficult to blow up a planet with one punch. What about the king class? Superman in full form, never afraid of anyone. Temporarily suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Qin Mo turned his mind and asked curiously, is there still a king-level existence? Of course, the 5 great families all have ancestors at the level of heavenly kings. Li Mo said casually. Afterwards, he looked at Qin Mo and asked with a smile, you don't think that the awakened people in the imperial capital are all the strength of the Qingyang Li family? Young man, a 1,000-year-old family is not as simple as you think, the real heritage is still in the territory passed down by each family. For example, the Li family in Qingyang is Qingyang County, where the Presbyterian Church and some of the backbone forces are there, and some troops are stationed on the border to guard against Qi. On the side of the imperial capital, it is only a very small part, and it is the same for the 5 great families. Quote, Li Mo said a lot to Qin Mo, and it was very in-depth, which further showed how much he valued Qin Mo, otherwise he would not be so confiding. Even if the two of them are friends of Wanganian, but when the family is involved, they must be cautious in what they say and do. Just like before, when the two of them didn't know each other's identities, they both concealed something. It's different now. Members of the Presbyterian Church must have the S-level heritage of a 1,000-year-old family. Qin Mo thought to himself, but he didn't continue to ask. He is not a member of the Li family in Qingyang, some deep secrets, it is not appropriate to ask more. There is a limit to advance and retreat, just as the way of life. The two of them were chatting while playing a game of chess. Of course, most of the time, Qin Mo was asking questions and Li Mo was answering. Not long after, their topic naturally shifted to Tiandaway. Li Mo picked up a sunspot from the black chess piece, carefully placed it in the upper right corner, and said with a frown. The person who escaped from your hands this afternoon, I have asked Qingyang County to investigate quickly. The elders called me not long ago and have already found out his identity. When the words fell to the ground, he looked up at Qin Mo, and said in a deep voice, this person's surname is Examen, and his single name is a tiger. He is from Qi. Hearing this, Qin Mo frowned immediately, and said in surprise, Qi people. Could it be that heaven and earth are secretly supported by Qi state? He had a puzzled look on his face, and he was very puzzled by this. If an S-level awakened person can cross the border between the two countries so easily, then the border guards on the Dakan side would commit suicide collectively. Moreover, this person came silently, Li Mo had not received any news, and the border was unaware of it, which is even more suspicious. Li Mo obviously thought of this too. He shook his head and replied, I don't think it's that simple, my intuition tells me that there are shadows of other aristocratic families behind this. However, it is not clear which one it is and what their ultimate purpose is, and we still need to wait for the follow-up to investigate slowly. Quote, if it's a 1,000-year-old family, that would make sense. Qin Mo nodded slowly, and then said, anyway, most of the forces have been wiped out now, and there is some time to investigate slowly, not in a hurry. Well, that's true. Li Mo agreed, and then smiled, and said with a smile, speaking of which, your kid is indispensable for being able to wipe out the Tiandaway. There are rewards for meritorious deeds. This is the rule of our great Qin since the founding of the country. You happen to be in the Security Bureau, but you can directly accumulate military merits and exchange them for titles. Quote, although the Security Bureau has become the back garden of the Qingyang Li family, from the outside, he still belongs to the great Qin imperial family. With this level of relationship, it is a matter of course to exchange military merits. The benefits of the Iron Rice Bowl are fully demonstrated at this moment. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the titles of Dakan were divided into 6 ranks. From top to bottom, they were the Heavenly King of Zhengguo, Duke of the State, Marquis, Earl, Viscount and Baron. Later, for some unknowable reasons, the Heavenly King of Zhengguo class was banned, leaving only the last 5 classes. For example, Li Mo, he is the Duke of the State. Every patriarch of the 5 great families is a duke, which is promised by His Majesty the Emperor Tezu, and can be hereditary, which represents a very high honor. Other than that, there is no king. To put it simply, the Duke is completely monopolized by the 5,000-year-old families. If it is not from these families, even if he has S-level strength and has made great contributions, he cannot be canonized. Therefore, Qin Mo can at best change to a marquis. This is the real status. To be conferred a marquis means to become a master, with fiefdoms, inexhaustible wealth, and honor treatment beyond the reach of ordinary people. Obviously, Qin Mo's other foot is about to step into the upper class. According to the past, as long as you are an S-level awakened person, regardless of whether you have military merits or not, you can be awarded a title, but there is also a gap between titles and titles. The great Qin Li, who is 20th, and I want to meet your majesty tomorrow. Please entitle you for. At this point, Li Mo paused, his expression became solemn, and he said word by word. First class, champion. What is a champion? Be the best in the whole army, be the champion. Although this class of marquis is still a marquis in name, he is treated exactly the same as the Duke of the State, which is enough to see his weight. However, if you really count it, Qin Mo's military skills are actually a little bit worse, but with his great talent, age, and strength, and with the recommendation of the Li family of Qingyang, a 1,000-year-old family, it is not a big problem to give him the title of champion. Qin Mo looked shocked. He really didn't expect that Li Mo actually wanted to make him a champion. He has a clear understanding of the gold content of this title. Not to mention, it's hard to imagine how bright the future of the 23-year-old champion who will be. From this moment on, an avenue that reaches to the sky exuding infinite light slowly unfolded under Qin Mo's feet. Seeing his expression, Li Mo was very satisfied, and he continued, "This is also what the elders want, and only the champion can be worthy of you." He smiled and said, "After you get the title, you can go to the border for another 2 years of experience, on the one hand to sharpen your strength, on the other hand to accumulate prestige and increase your qualifications. When you return to the imperial capital next time, you may be able to take it to the next level and become the unprecedented Duke of Qin." Quote. Of course, this is inseparable from the operation of the Qingyang Li family. Although Qin Mo's surname is not Li, but because of his close relationship with Li Mo and Li Yuan, why is he not half of the Li family in Qingyang? In this way, the Qingyang Li family will have more say in Dakan and Qin Mo. He will also become the youngest prince in history and the most dazzling genius of this era. Everyone can only look up at his back from afar. It's a win-win situation. Qingyang Li believes in Li Mo's vision and Qin Mo's potential, and is willing to make such an investment. Qin Mo didn't feel any different about this. Apart from being a little surprised at the beginning, his mentality immediately returned to the usual one. Fame and fortune are not that important to him, and they are not what he pursues. Qin Mochu's heart has never changed. If he lives a comfortable and leisurely life happily and has enough strength, then it will be fine. Of course, after being crowned champion, life must be better than now. This kind of huge improvement in living conditions does not require him to do anything. Qin Mo will naturally not refuse. Besides, this is what he deserved. Anyway, brother, you can figure it out. Qin Mo waved his hand and said casually with a smile. Hearing this, Li Mo nodded slowly, with a wider smile on his face. Seeing his unabashed attitude, he couldn't help admiring Qin Mo even more. It has to be said that this character alone is not something that ordinary people can have. At about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will probably know the result. It's getting dark tonight, so don't go back, just stay with me. Li Mo said. Hearing this, Qin Mo thought for a while, then nodded. It's okay, haha, I just had a good time playing chess with me tonight. Although your boy is stronger than me now, he is still a little tender when it comes to go. As soon as these words came out, Qin Mo couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth, and asked quietly, some time ago, I don't know who lost several games in a row, and the ones I killed threw away their helmets and armor, and they were defeated. Li Mo. A faint smile froze on his face immediately. Li Mo glared at Qin Mo viciously, and said, do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young? Okay, I can let you have a hand. When the words fell to the ground, Qin Mo put his left hand behind his back, and only used his right hand to twist the chess pieces. Li Mo. For a moment, he was speechless. If you say give up one hand, do you really give up one hand? 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. While the two were fighting on the chessboard, the entire imperial capital was caught in a big earthquake. What happened in the afternoon, after several hours of fermentation, finally spread throughout the imperial capital and reached the ears of every family. 5,000-year-old aristocratic families all have their own manors in the imperial capital. Although their lairs are scattered throughout Dokkan, there must be someone in the family who is at the center of power. The Li family in Qingyang, the Yan'an family, the Lu family in Changping, the Lin family in the Far East, and the Chu family in Zhenbei. These 5 families are like 5 huge sky curtains, covering all directions of Dokkan respectively. As for the royal family, the current royal family is extremely weak. At this time, several secret phone calls were dialed, and quickly reached the elders of various families across long distances. A young S-rank awakener suddenly appeared in the imperial capital. No matter whether the news is true or not, it needs to be taken seriously. Youth means unlimited possibilities and a bright future. How far it will grow in the future is anyone's guess. Of course, the most important point is that the relationship between Qinmo and the Qingyang Li family is too close. No one would like to see a new genius with full potential appear in another 1,000-year-old family other than himself. The same is true for the Chu family in Zhenbei. Hearing the voice from the phone, Chu Shang looked serious and sometimes hummed. After talking for a full quarter of an hour, he said slowly, "I know what to do. Tomorrow's court meeting, if you want to come to Qingyang, the Li family will do something. Well, I'll play by ear." When the voice fell, he hung up the phone, but the conspicuous thick eyebrows were still tightly frowned, squeezed together as if they were connected in a straight line. Chu Shang's appearance is 70% similar to Chu Tianzhao's, especially the thick eyebrows of the two are almost carved out of the same mold. That's right, he is the current patriarch of the Zhenbei Chu clan, Duke Chu of Great Qin, a powerful S-rank awakener. Qinmo, Li Shi of Qingyang, 23 years old, Security Bureau. Chu Shang squinted his eyes slightly, and murmured softly. His right hand was placed on the table beside him, beating rhythmically, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. At this moment, a rush of footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the door. Chu Shang turned his head to look at the door, and found that it was Chu Tianzhao striding into the small hall, clenched his fists tightly, and looked a little excited. "Tianzhao, it's so late, what's the matter?" he asked. Hearing this, Chu Tianzhao grinned and replied, "Father, I just learned a big news, and I want to ask you if it's true." "Oh, what news?" Chu Shang was puzzled. This afternoon, there was a battle between S-class awakened people at the Lianhua pharmaceutical factory in Fuyun district. "Have you heard the news?" Chu Tianzhao asked without answering. Chu Shang nodded slowly and hummed lightly. Seeing this, Chu Tianzhao immediately continued to ask, "Among the S-ranks fighting, is there a person named Qinmo?" Hearing this name, Chu Shang immediately frowned, nodded and said, "There is no doubt that there is such a person, but I don't know if this person really has S-level strength." "Father!" Chu Tianzhao suddenly roared excitedly, clenched his fists tighter, and said with a blushing face, "This should be true." "What do you mean by that? How do you know?" Chu Shang also saw something was wrong at this time, and asked quickly. Hearing this, Chu Tianzhao took a deep breath and let it out long, calming down his excited mood. "I have known Qinmo for a long time. I have seen his strength before. He is extremely powerful." "What?" Chu Shang suddenly stood up from his chair. His expression was extremely serious, and he lost his composure a little. It was not because he did not have the bearing of the head of a family, but because the news was so shocking. Chu Tianzhao's next words are likely to affect the decision-making of the Presbyterian Council and the development of the Chu family in Zhenbei for decades to come. A 23-year-old S-class awakened person, this is really shocking, but even more frightening. However, if this person has such a relationship with their Zhenbei Chu family, then, it will be completely different. Qinmo and I are good friends. Not long ago, he attended the celebration banquet of the Pine Wind Club with me. I met him for the first time at. In the next few minutes, Chu Tianzhao roughly talked about the process of him becoming friends with Qinmo since he returned to the imperial capital. After finishing speaking, the small hall fell into silence, and Chu Shang didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, he said slowly, "If that's the case, then this kid's growth rate is really fast enough. With such a huge potential, the future is limitless." Immediately afterwards, Chu Shang suddenly turned his head to look at Chu Tianzhao, and said with a serious face, Tianzhao, the relationship between you and Qin Mo must be maintained. Well, Chu Tianzhao scratched his head and said, Father, I'm not good at this, and since we are friends, why hide so many twists and turns? Chu Shang, hearing Chu Tianzhao's words, he twitched the corners of his mouth, glared at him fiercely, and said with a look of hatred, sooner or later, you will drive me to death, oh, forget it. He sighed, waved his hands and said, you don't need to do anything more, you can get along as you want, it's all up to you, besides, take Qin Mo home for a while, and invite him more often, be a guest. Oh, are there any more? No, hurry up and get out. That's fine. When the words fell to the ground, Chu Tianzhao turned around and strode out. Seeing his generous back gradually disappearing from sight, Chu Shang muttered in a low voice, why did I give birth to such a fool? But, Tianzhao's luck is pretty good. A smile appeared on Chu Shang's face again. He picked up his mobile phone from the side and dialed the elders' meeting in Beijing again, and the call was connected quickly. 5 minutes later, Chu Shang hung up the phone again, with a faint smile on his lips. The 23-year-old champion who, the youngest Duke of Qin, has a bright future. He murmured softly. Obviously, Chu Shang had guessed what Li Mo wanted to do. This is not a difficult task. Both of them are the contemporary patriarchs of a 1,000-year-old family, and they have the same ideas on many things. This is called, heroes see the same thing. However, not everyone is like the Zhenbei Chu family, and there happened to be a disciple in the family who had a relationship with Qin Mo. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. No words all night. The next morning, cars with high cost but low-key appearance all drove towards the easternmost part of the imperial capital, and entered the royal restricted area one after another. They come from various regions of the imperial capital, and they are all important officials in various departments of the great Qin dynasty. They hold important positions and have a very high status. The black car stopped slowly in front of a quaint hall, and then the door opened, and Li Mo, who was dressed in formal attire, got out of the car. He didn't take a step directly, but stood where he was, quietly staring at the hall in front of him, the corners of his mouth slowly raised, revealing an imperceptible sarcasm. This generation of the great Qin royal family is the weakest generation since the founding of the country by His Majesty the Taizu Emperor. Afterwards, Li Mo walked towards the gate of the palace alone. This hall was left over hundreds of years ago, and logically speaking, it should have been demolished long ago. This kind of old antique should not appear in this increasingly modern metropolis. However, the reason why it is still preserved today shows the majesty of the royal family to some extent. But that's all. After entering the main hall, dozens of eyes immediately cast their gazes on Li Mo, and the voices of the Duke of the Kingdom rang in his ears one after another. Li Mo did not return the salutes one by one, but nodded symbolically, then walked to the front of the hall, pulled out his chair, and sat straight in it. A huge long table was placed in the hall, and everyone sat in order according to their status and status. There is such a table in such a simple hall. No matter how you look at it, it is very abrupt, and the layout and design are extremely unreasonable. This is a new addition later, a helpless choice made when there is no other way. After all, these dukes can't be allowed to stand and discuss matters, can they? His Majesty the Emperor might have such thoughts, but Li Mo and Chu Shang, who have several thousand-year-old families, are not willing to accept him. Within a quarter of an hour after Li Mo arrived, Chu Shang and others appeared one after another, and the heads of the 5 great families all sat at the top of the long table. The conversation in the hall gradually became smaller until it disappeared, completely falling into silence. Then, a thin figure wearing a black 9-dragon robe stepped out from the side and rear of the main hall. The moment this person appeared, there was a sound of tables and chairs colliding, and everyone stood up, even the 5,000-year-old family was no exception. This is the respect due to the great Qin royal family. I've seen His Majesty, everyone said in unison. There is no need to be so polite, just sit down. Qin Huang said with a smile on his face. His appearance was very upright, except that his face was slightly pale. There was nothing unusual about him. He looked just like ordinary people, just like ordinary people. After Qin Huang's words fell to the ground, he sat down first, with a faint smile on his face. Seeing this, everyone sat down one by one. From this moment, the court council officially began. Such parliaments are held at the beginning of each month, which cannot be regarded as frequent. As some innocuous things were thrown out first, the atmosphere of the parliament gradually rose. Soon, the organization Tiandahui was put on the table and became the focus of discussion. Looking back on the past month, there are actually only two major events that happened in the imperial capital. One is the border conflict, and the other is the Tiandahui. The former does not need any discussion for the time being. After all, Shiazu, the god of war of the great Qin who guarded the border, has not yet returned to the imperial capital. The latter is different. The Security Bureau is responsible for the security management of the imperial capital and its surrounding areas. If something goes wrong, it may directly threaten the power center of Dakan. But who is the director of the Tiandahui? Everyone can see, so the words are extremely gentle, and no one dares to question him. After listening for a while, Li Mo stretched out his right knuckles and knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention. Immediately afterwards, he said lightly, "You don't need to worry, Your Majesty is safe, and the imperial capital is also safe. The Tiandahui has been completely wiped out. Although a few miscellaneous fish ran away, it was already a grasshopper after autumn, and it would not be a big deal after a few days." Quote, "If that's the case, then you'll be fine. Li Guogong must have worked hard recently." Qin Huang turned to look at him and said with a smile, "Your Majesty is concerned. This is a matter of the Security Bureau. With the Security Bureau in place, Your Majesty can rest easy." Li Mo said a beautiful scene. After he finished speaking, a man in the middle of the long table suddenly asked, "Dare to ask Li Guogong, I don't know where this world will come from. There are S-level awakened people." Hearing this, Li Mo immediately said indifferently, "Yesterday afternoon, the Security Bureau carried out the Thunderbolt operation. After destroying the Tiandahui, they conducted a thorough investigation overnight. They worked tirelessly to find out the truth behind it." He paused, and then said, "The people of Qi are behind the Tiandahui. The people of Qi are trying to stir up chaos in the imperial capital, and the evil intentions in their hearts are clearly revealed." Hiss. As soon as the words fell to the ground, there was a gasp from the crowd in the hall. They were very shocked by this news. They never thought that the Heaven and Earth Association was actually done by Qi people. If that's the case, then it's quite normal to have S-rank awakeners. After dropping a blockbuster, Li Mo didn't speak immediately. He gave everyone enough time to digest. It wasn't until the whispers subsided that he said, "Qin Mo, who works in the security department of the Security Bureau, has contributed a lot to being able to kill the Tiandahui this time. Qin Mo is only 23 years old this year, but he already possesses a strong S-level strength and great potential. Moreover, in the many operations against the Tiandahui in the past month, he has made meritorious service one after another, defying death, and bravely crowning the entire army." Li Mo's heavy voice echoed alone in the hall, and the eyes of the heads of the other 4,000-year-old families flickered, and they secretly moved their minds. Today's highlight is finally here. All of the above are all due to Qin Mo's great contribution. It can be said that he single-handedly thwarted Qi people's unruly plan this time. Such an amazing talent, a peerless genius with great potential, and tyrannical strength, and loyal to great Qin, is an extremely rare talent. Quote, Li Mo said in a deep voice. He squinted his eyes, turned his head to look at Qin Huang, and said slowly, "Since you have made great achievements, according to the laws of the great Qin, you should be rewarded." Hearing this, Qin Huang nodded and said, "This is what it should be." "What kind of reward does the Duke think is more appropriate?" "This matter is entirely up to His Majesty's orders, but..." Li Mo changed the subject, and said solemnly, "According to Dakan's past practice, Qin Mo should be bestowed the first-class champion." Hiss. There were several gasps again in the hall, louder than before. The first-class champion, with a very high status, can enjoy the treatment of the prince. This is not an ordinary marquis. The Li family of Qingyang actually wants His Majesty to bestow Qin Mo as the champion marquis. This is truly astonishing. If Qin Mo is really sealed, then he can be said to have truly reached the sky in one step. The future is completely unpredictable, and the future is boundless. After the inhalation sound ended, the hall suddenly fell into silence, and the atmosphere changed very strangely. At this time, everyone held their breath, and cast their gazes to the end of the long table, and landed on the body of Zhulong Haipao. What kind of answer will Emperor Qin make? Will he bestow the title of champion? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Qin Mo and Qingyang Li are wearing a pair of trousers. If the champion is really given to him, it will be equivalent to getting a marquis on Li's side, the momentum will expand again, and the power of the family will be improved. As the saying goes, one ebbs and another, the 1,000-year-old aristocratic family is getting stronger and stronger, which is not good news for the great Qin imperial family. In particular, the royal family of this generation has declined. Therefore, the choice Qin Huang is about to make will have a heavy impact. Facing everyone's gaze, Qin Huang still had the same look on his face, with a faint smile on his face. He said slowly, according to what Li Guogong said just now, with Qin Mo's current strength and his accumulated military achievements, it is indeed enough to be named a marquis. Hearing this, a smile flashed across Li Mo's eyes. Judging from these words, it is obvious that Qin Huang is going to confer Qin Mo. However, at the moment when this thought just flashed from the bottom of Li Mo's heart, Qin Huang suddenly said. However, it still needs to be carefully considered whether to be canonized as the first-class champion. What about the opinions of the other princes? He looked at Chu Shang and the others with a smile, and suddenly threw out the difficult problem. And these few old things who haven't said a word since entering the door are waiting for this moment. Although the young man has strength, his character still needs to be tempered and tempered. It is too much to confer the title of first-class champion, and it is easy for him to develop arrogance. The Duke of the Lin family in the Far East lowered his eyelids, opened his lips slightly, and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Guogong of the Yan'an clan nodded his head and said, "Well, champion who is indeed too much, I think it's better to practice for a few more years." I also have the same idea. Changping Lu echoed. The opinions of the 3,000-year-old families are all unified at this moment. They all have an opposing attitude and think that they should not be named champions. Now, among the 5,000-year-old aristocratic families, only the Chu family in Zhenbei remains silent. Qin Huang's eyes turned to Chu Shang, and he smiled and said, "I don't know what Duke Chu thinks." Hearing this, Chu Shang's two iconic thick eyebrows trembled, he looked around the long table, and then slowly said, "Young people should practice more and sharpen their minds, but this does not conflict with the champion. It is okay to be a marquis first and then practice." As soon as he said these words, Li Mo turned his head to look at him, with a look of astonishment in his eyes, and he was slightly dazed. The Zhenbei Chu family didn't object. He actually supported the conferment of Qin Mo as the champion. This is really strange. Li Mo's heart is full of doubts. As early as last night, he had anticipated what would happen today, and the opposition from the other companies was within his expectation. But it doesn't matter, the strength and military merit are clearly placed here, no matter how much you oppose it, so what? The Li family in Qingyang is not a small family, and they can be manipulated by anyone. But who would have thought that the Zhenbei Chu family would stand on the same side as him? This can be regarded as a windfall. At this time, not only Li Mo, but also the three families of Yan'an clan were surprised, and they all looked at Chu Shang with flickering eyes. Could it be that these two families have made some deal behind their backs? The three thought in unison in their hearts. The atmosphere on the long table gradually became weird. The 5,000-year-old families were divided into two parties, holding diametrically opposite opinions. Qin Huang's expression did not change, it was the same as before. He smiled and looked at the others, and asked slowly. "Everyone must have heard the opinions of the several princes, and you can share your thoughts on whether Qin Mo of the Security Bureau should confer the title of champion. Since it is a matter of discussion, one should speak freely without any scruples." Quote. However, having said that, how can you really ignore everything? As the saying goes, the fight between the gods will bring disaster to the fish in the pond. The people sitting on both sides of the long table seemed to have eaten coptis chinensis, and their hearts were full of bitterness. How many of you decide for yourself? What are some of our little characters doing? No one dared to answer Qin Huang's words at this time. This matter was beyond their reach, but Qin Huang was not in a hurry at all. What's more, seeing that no one was talking, he still said in an old spirit, "The emperor knows that this matter needs to be carefully considered, so everyone should think about it for a quarter of an hour." As soon as these words came out, Li Mo couldn't help frowning. He only heard him say, "Your Majesty, Qin Mo's military achievements are recorded in the Security Bureau, and many people in the security office have witnessed it with their own eyes. This." "No hurry, no hurry." Before he could finish, Qin Huang interrupted him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Li Guogong, Da Qin will never treat any meritorious officials badly. It's just that the champion Hu Zi has a big issue, and the other 3 princes also held different opinions just now, and the emperor also needs to think carefully." Quote, "Consider, what is there to think about? In terms of rewards for meritorious deeds, it is a matter of course, and no one can say anything wrong." Li Mo's brows were 3 points tighter than before, and he faintly felt that something was wrong. Today, there may be some variables. But what the specific variable is, he really doesn't know for a while. Li Mo opened his mouth, ready to continue his defense. And at this moment, a sharp and forceful voice suddenly sounded outside the hall. What His Majesty said is true. Along with this sound, there was also the sound of heavy footsteps like drumbeats. Soon, the footsteps disappeared at the gate of the hall. Squeak. The sound sounded, the hall door opened, and the dazzling sunlight rushed into the hall, dispelling the darkness. A figure as tall as an iron tower stood at the door, and a faint smell of blood and sharp murderous aura permeated the hall. This kind of breath can only be cultivated after staying on the battlefield for a long time and experiencing many life and death fights. Obviously, this is an iron-blooded man. His surname is Sha, and he has only one ancestor. Sha Zu, the current great Qin god of war, had just beheaded an extremely powerful S-level awakened person in Qi State not long ago in front of the frontier formation. He has a very high reputation and great influence. At the same time, he is also a member of the Jialing Sha clan. Although the power of the family is far inferior to the 5 Millennium family, it surpasses other families by a large margin. Sha Zu's intimidating eyes, like eagles and tigers, moved over everyone one by one, and the people he watched felt as if they were being stared at by a hungry wolf, like thorns on their backs. Boom! He let go of his hand and let the dead body fall to the ground. Afterwards, as the clattering armor clattered, Sha Zu knelt down on one knee, lowered his forehead, and shouted in a deep voice. "Chen, Shiazu, I have met my emperor, long live my emperor." As soon as he said it, the audience was shocked. He performed the ancient etiquette hundreds of years ago. At this time, no one on the long table expected that Sha Zu would return to the imperial capital at this time. Not 1 minute early, not 1 second late. He came, just right. Li Mo squinted his eyes, looked at Sha Zu who was kneeling under His Highness, and guessed the inner meaning of his words just now. A bad feeling quietly surfaced in his heart. Especially when he saw the corpse next to Sha Zu, the feeling of unhappiness shrouded in his heart became more and more intense. "I Ching is free of courtesy," Qin Huang said. It can be vaguely seen that the faint smile on the corner of his mouth seems to be 3 points thicker than before. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Sha Zu got up and stood up. He did not take his seat, but pointed to the corpse at his feet, and said lightly, "When I came back from the border of the great Qin dynasty, I heard that there was an unruly force called Tiandawei in the emperor who wanted to make trouble, so I did a little investigation. Who knew that it was discovered that behind this Tiandawei, people from Qi were actually playing tricks, and the leader was a powerful S-level awakener. I have the trust of His Majesty, so I can guard the border and protect our great Qin defense line. How can I tolerate Qi people making trouble here? Ever since, on the way back to the capital, the minister found this person out and shot him dead on the spot." Quote, "That corpse was none other than the Examen tiger who escaped from Qinmo yesterday afternoon using the relic of the Holy Spirit. Unexpectedly, he died in Sha Zu's hands." Everyone looked down at Examen tiger's body and was a little shocked at the frightened expression on his face. Sha Zu's strength cannot be underestimated. At this time, when Li Mo heard what Sha Zu said, his pupils shrank sharply, and his face immediately became ugly. Broken, he thought to himself. If what Sha Zu said was true, most of the credit for destroying the Tiandawei had nothing to do with Qinmo at all, otherwise it all belonged to Sha Zu. One must know that the sum of more than a dozen A levels can't match an S level, no matter in terms of strength or military merit. If Sha Zu snatched the big head away, then Qinmo would definitely miss the champion who. But my family knows my own affairs. What does destroying heaven and earth have to do with Sha Zu? From bottom to top, from inner ghost to fighting, it's all thanks to Chin Mo. It was Chin Mo who caught number 9, it was Chin Mo who thwarted Tiandui's actions many times, and it was he who shot at the last moment and crushed Examen Tiger with his strength. If Examen Tiger didn't have the Holy Spirit relic in his hands, he would definitely die by Chin Mo's hands. There is no doubt about it. As for Sha Zhu, he can only be regarded as a head picker at best. Perhaps it wasn't that Examen Tiger happened to appear in front of Sha Zhu after using the lovebird to escape. He was lucky and got a big deal for nothing. And now he still shamelessly said that he found the person himself and killed him. Hee. Li Mo's expression is extremely ugly now. He counted thousands of times, counting all kinds of reactions from other thousand-year-old families, but the only one who didn't count was Sha Zhu, who was killed halfway. This guy wants to grab credit as soon as he comes. Most importantly, he still came with Examen Tiger's body. Sure enough, as he expected, after Sha Zhu finished speaking, Qin Huang immediately turned his head to look at him, and asked with a smile. Li Guogong, according to what Sha Aiqing said, the collapse of the Heaven and Earth Society seems to have nothing to do with Qin Mo. Then, without waiting for Li Mo to speak, Qin Huang turned his head to look at the crowd again, and said with a smile. Not long ago, Sha Aiqing beheaded the S-class of Qi State at the border, and praised me as the great Qin Guowei. There was no reward for this matter. I didn't expect that he beheaded a spy sent by Qi State today, and eradicated the Tiandawei. This emperor feels that with Sha Aiqing's current military achievements, she should be awarded the title of first-class champion. Quote. Sha Zhu, the first-class champion. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, expressing their shock with their eyes. Just a minute ago, this candidate was Qin Mo, who was recommended by Li Mo. Unexpectedly, now, most of the credit for Qin Mo has fallen on Sha Zhu, and the candidate for champion who has also changed accordingly. Li Mo's eyes flickered, and a faint dragon prestige pervaded his body, reflecting his dissatisfaction. He wanted to argue, wanted to take back the credit that should have belonged to Qin Mo, but the corpse of Examen Tiger placed at the entrance of the hall made him unable to open his mouth. This is the rock-solid proof. Li Mo knew that even if he spoke, it would not be able to change the result. You said Qin Mo owed the credit to destroy Tiandawei. Then why didn't Examen Tiger die in Qin Mo's hands? The head that Sha Zhu picked up. Hee, have you seen it with your own eyes? I only saw Sha Zhu dragging the corpse into the imperial capital, and he had killed S-class before the frontier. He really has this strength. As for Qin Mo, just an unknown kid. Neither belonged to the 5,000-year-old families, nor was he a famous genius. He had been unknown before, without any sense of existence. Comparing the two, everyone will believe that the man was killed by Sha Zhu. This great achievement should belong to Sha Zhu. I have no objection to General Sha's title as Champion Marquis. Changping Lu was the first to speak. I have no opinion either. Seconded. The Yan'an family and the Yuandong Lin family echoed their words one after another, and only Chu Shang and Li Mo from the 5,000-year-old families did not express their views. Obviously, they would rather see Sha Zhu being crowned champion than someone from Qingyang's Li family. With the attitude of the 3,000-year-old families, Sha Zhu's champion who can be said to be a certainty. Qin Huang still had that faint smile on his slightly pale face. He looked sideways at Li Mo, and said, there will be rewards for meritorious deeds. Duke Li can rest assured that Da Qin will never treat anyone who has meritorious deeds badly. Qin Mo of the Security Bureau's Security Department is also credited with destroying the Tiandawei. Besides, since he is a newly promoted S-level awakener, then he can be conferred as the second-class Guanaiho. Quote. The great Qin Lihu is ranked 20th, and although Guanaiho is ranked 2nd, he is completely incomparable with the champion. Although the champion is a marquis, he can enjoy the treatment of a duke, and his status is extremely noble. On the other hand, the Marquis of Guanay is a marquis with no real power. The gap between the two is like an A-level awakener and an S-level. There is a world of difference between the two. Li Mo squinted his eyes and said nothing for a while. The hall fell into silence, and everyone looked at him, waiting for him to make a decision. After a long time, Li Mo said slowly, since that's the case, I will thank His Majesty for Qin Mo's grace. He finally chose to compromise. This is a helpless choice that has no other choice, and Li Mo doesn't want to do it, but he has to. After confirming the title of Marquis of the Two, the link of meritorious deeds and rewards is over. Next, Sha Zhu took his seat and participated in the long table discussion. Everyone began to discuss the border affairs. Of course, after the discussion is over, there will be a more grand ceremony of conferring the title of Marquis to announce to the world and demonstrate the honor and status of the new generation of champions. In this way, the discussion went on for about an hour. When Li Mo came out of the hall, there was still a quarter of an hour until 10 o'clock. The black car slowly drove up in front of him, then the door opened, and Li Mo sat in the back seat. Call. As soon as he sat in, he leaned against the back of the seat and let out a long breath, closed his eyes, and slowly rubbed the space between his brows. The driver was the old butler of Li's manor. He had followed Li Mo for many years and knew him very well. From these subtle movements, it could be seen that today's discussion was not going well. Receive the elders' meeting, Li Mo said lightly. Yes, sir. The old butler held the steering wheel with one hand, picked up the phone with the other, and dialed a special phone number. When the beep sounded, he handed the phone to the back seat. Li Mo took the phone and put it to his ear. Still with his eyes closed, he said, "The title of the Marquis of the Champion has been finalized. It is the Sha Zhu of the Jailing Sha clan." At the same time, Li's manor on the other side. Qin Mo was lying on a large lawn, leisurely absorbing the energy of the sun. Tisk tisk tisk, the life of the rich is too happy. He murmured softly with emotion on his face. He was stayed here by Li Mo last night, and this morning he got up and had a very sumptuous breakfast served by his servants, and chatted with Li Yuan and the Duke's wife for a while. Afterwards, Li Yuan went to work at the Security Bureau and continued to deal with the follow-up matters of the Tiandaway, while Qin Mo went outside to bask in the sun. The accumulation of light energy points cannot be stopped. In fact, he should have gone to the Security Bureau with Li Yuan, but the matter of champion who has not yet been settled, and the specific position transfer has not yet been announced, so Qin Mo stayed in the manor for the time being. It has to be said that the location of this manor is very good. The terrain is also high, the sunlight is extremely sufficient, and the absorbed solar energy is presumably not less. Qin Mo's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Master Qin, the master is back, and I want you to go to the study. Suddenly, a maid walked up to Qin Mo's side and said in a soft voice. Hearing this, Qin Mo frowned, stood up straight, and said with a smile. Good. 2 minutes later, Qin Mo appeared in the study. After he entered, he casually sat across from Li Mo. Seeing Li Mulu's dignified expression, Qin Mo asked suspiciously, "What's the matter? Today's discussion is not going well." Hearing this, Li Mo opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Recalling that he had sworn to Qin Mo last night that he would be crowned a champion by Emperor Qin, who knew that an accident would happen immediately today. Why? Li Mo sighed heavily, and said slowly, Xiaozu came back from the border, and he just happened to appear in the parliament earlier, and he also mentioned Examinhu's body. Xiaozu, the dead body of Examin Tiger. Qin Mo frowned slightly. He was no stranger to Xiaozu. He could see the word Xiaozu basically every night when he browsed the information on the border. The god of war who is famous in Dokkan, just beheaded AS rank in Qi country a few days ago, and his momentum has risen. Who doesn't know? But, why did Xiaozu get involved with Examin Tiger? Li Mo saw his doubts, shook his head, and said slowly, I don't know why the Examin Tiger died at his hands, but in this way, the credit that should have belonged to you has fallen to the ground, on him. After finishing the sentence, Li Mo briefly told Qin Mo about the general situation of the morning court discussion. Qin Mo listened quietly, frowning more and more tightly. Probably the situation is like this. Because of the lack of this great achievement, I can only settle for the next best thing and be granted the title of Marquis of Guanay. Well, I see. Qin Mo nodded, his brows stretched open, his expression was the same as usual, as if there was no fluctuation. However, his heart is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. Whether it is Guanay who or champion who, it is actually the same to him, he doesn't care. Qin Mo's thinking has always been very simple. He has never considered these fame and fortune so important. He is a person with no lofty ambitions, but also a very contented person, who just wants to live the life he wants. From a member of the security department of the Security Bureau, he turned into a marquis that everyone envied and respected. To him, this was just a change of a more comfortable way of life. Although the Marquis of Guanne is not as good as the Marquis of the Champion, for the current Chin Mo, he is actually pretty good. But, the first-class champion, this should have belonged to Chin Mo. He found no. 9, number 2, number 3 and other core members of the Tiandahui were killed by him, Examen Tiger was tortured by him, and Li Mo was rescued by him. All in all, this credit belongs to him. Since it belonged to him, why did Sha Zhu just take it away? Contentment never means passive acceptance of everything, and it has nothing to do with following the situation. Otherwise, what kind of strength is Chin Mo pursuing? When danger comes, wait for death to be over. It should be his, it should be his. Even if this thing doesn't make any difference to him at all, even if the champion doesn't care that much. Chin Mo has always had such a personality. It can be seen from those A-level relics of the Holy Spirit. With Chin Mo's strength, does he need those things? The knuckles that are still thrown in his drawer, the streamers hanging on the hanger, are these rubbish things of any use to Chin Mo? Like water off a duck's back. But Chin Mo took them home anyway, leaving none of them to the Security Bureau. Why? Because this is Chin Mo's spoils of war, this is what should belong to him. The same is true for Champion Hu. Thinking of this, Chin Mo slowly narrowed his eyes. He is very upset now. This Shiazu, what level is his strength? Chin Mo narrowed his eyes and asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Mo fixed his eyes, looked at him solemnly, and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Just asking, what can I do?" Chin Mo smiled and waved his hands. "Hey, how can I not know what your kid is thinking?" Li Mo snorted coldly, and then said, "I can tell you, don't mess around, Sha Zhu is not an ordinary person, his strength is very high." He bit the last 3 words a little bit harder. I just heard Li Mo continue to say, how strong Sha Zhu's true strength is, the Presbyterian Council doesn't know. The only thing that is certain is that he has at least the 9th rank of S rank. Hey, Chin Mo's eyes widened, and he said in a trembling voice, 9th rank. Doesn't that mean that he is only 1 step away from being promoted to Heavenly King? That's right, Li Mo nodded slowly, with a dignified tone. Some time ago, a conflict broke out on the border, and the guarding coaches of both sides left the field in person. The one from Qi State was an 8th level S-level awakener, but he died in Sha Zhu's hands. Speaking of this, Li Mo paused for a while, and continued, besides, the battle ended quickly, and Sha Zhu was crushing strongly from the beginning, so his strength is definitely above the 8th rank. As for how far he has reached, whether he has touched the threshold of the Heavenly King level, and how far he is from being promoted, these are all unknown. Quote. Chin Mo frowned. He really didn't expect Sha Zhu to be so powerful. The 9 levels divided by the S level are extremely difficult to advance to each level, which can be regarded as a small bottleneck, and the gap in strength levels is also very large. The 9th level can easily kill the 1st level without any effort. That is to say, Sha Zhu can Li Mo in an instant. However, thinking about it carefully, this does not seem to be a shocking thing. It can be seen from the ice pick released by the 8th level awakened person that only 1 ice pick can easily break through his dragon domain and pierce his demigod body. And Sha Zhu, who killed the owner of the ice cone, should naturally be stronger. Sha Zhu is very talented. Although he is far behind the Ni boy, he is already far above the first line. You must know that he is only 40 years old this year. Li Mo said slowly, with emotion on his face, speaking of it, I was in the same era as him, and Sha Zhu was the most dazzling genius of that era, he was like a mountain, overwhelming others. Even the children of a 1,000-year-old family can't compete with him. It is precisely because of the existence of Sha Zhu that the Jialing Sha clan can develop to the present state in such a short period of time. Quote. When the words fell to the ground, Li Mo couldn't help but glance at Chin Mo. Every era will have a genius, the previous one was Sha Zhu, and this generation is naturally Chin Mo. If Sha Zhu is an unattainable mountain that everyone can look up to, then Chin Mo is a great sun that lies high in the sky, and he can't even look directly at it. It has to be said that Chu Tianzhao, Li Crazy, and other geniuses lived in the same era as Chin Mo, and this is their sorrow. Chin Mo himself didn't feel anything. His eyes flickered, he was thinking secretly in his heart, and at the same time he asked, how is the overall strength of the Jailing Shah clan? Except for the 5,000-year-old families, the Jailing Shah family is the strongest family, far surpassing other first-class families. Li Mo replied. Hearing this, Qin Mo continued to ask, how many S ranks do they have? There are at least 30 people. So many. From this point of view, the number of S-level awakened people is much more than I thought. Qin Mo whispered. Li Mo smiled slowly and explained, it's natural. Although there is only one S-level awakened person in a million, the total population base of several billion is here. The Qin and Qi countries announced that there are no more than 100 S-class members on the public, but now Li Mo said that there are more than 30 people in just one Jailing Shah clan. Obviously, what can be known to the general public is only the tip of the iceberg, just a drop in the bucket. Qin Mo was also in the ranks of the general public before, but now he is different. He is qualified to know these high-level secrets and see more hidden faces of this world. The promotion of status is self-evident. However, the strength of Jailing Shah clan and Shah Zhu far exceeded his expectations, which can be called a behemoth for Qin Mo now. His current strength is only at the S level, and he is far from being able to compete with Shah Zhu. Strength is the foundation of everything. Power, wealth, status, and so on, all need to be obtained by strong strength. The current Qin Mo is not strong enough. He still needs to wait for time, accumulate more light energy points, and increase his attributes in all directions. Shah Zhu, Jailing Shah clan. Qin Mo murmured softly, secretly suppressing the thoughts that had arisen just now in his heart, not thinking about it for now, and saving it for the near future. This time, presumably will be extremely short. Qin Mo's growth rate has always been very fast. Seeing his posture, Li Mo nodded slowly, showing appreciation. Qin Mo was not impulsive, let alone impatient. Such a state of mind is hard to see in young people of his age. Sometimes, Li Mo always has the illusion that Qin Mo sitting opposite him is not 23 years old at all, but an old fritter with a lot of experience. The specific conferment of the Marquis of Guanay will come down after a while. With your current status, it is obviously inappropriate to continue to stay in the 7th group of the security department. Li Mo said slowly. As far as I am concerned, I want to directly promote you to the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. In addition, I am going to entrust you with the follow-up investigation of the Tiandaway. What do you think? If it were someone else, Li Mo would definitely not ask for opinions like this, but Qin Mo was different. He fully respected Qin Mo's choice. Hearing this, Qin Mo thought about it in his heart, and then said, it's okay to stay in the Security Bureau, but forget about the Tiandaway, I'm too lazy to deal with it. Don't worry, you don't need to take care of it, someone else is responsible for this matter, you are just putting on a name. Li Yi, Chengqing, and Xiaoyuan, I will assign these 3 people to you, and they will deal with specific matters. If you want other people, you can also pick them at the Security Bureau. Quote. Evergreen. Qin Mo keenly grasped this strange word. He had seen Li Yi and Li Yuan before, but who is this Chengqing? Li Mo saw the doubt in his eyes, he smiled slightly, clapped his hands lightly, and said, Chengqing, come in. Afterwards, a middle-aged man with a refined temperament pushed open the study door and walked in slowly. Chengqing met the patriarch and Mr. Qin. Li Chengqing bowed slightly and greeted. Qin Mo looked him up and down, and his pupils quietly turned on the thermal imaging, releasing his spiritual perception. Li Chengqing's body is very strange. He is a little different from other awakened people. His arms, legs, and torso are all the same as normal people. However, under thermal imaging, his brain displayed extremely dark colors. Neither the mimicry system nor the elemental system can possibly have this situation, so, there is only one possibility left. A spiritual awakener. Qin Mo looked at Li Mo and asked doubtfully. Hearing this, Li Chengqing on the side immediately raised his eyebrows, and his thoughts moved slightly. He and Qin Mo only met for the first time, and it didn't take more than half a minute. He didn't expect his details to be seen through so easily. This person is really not simple, no wonder he is valued so much by the patriarch. Li Chengqing thought to himself. Li Mo nodded, and replied, that's right, Chengqing is a very powerful spiritual awakener who just entered the imperial capital from Qingyang County a few days ago. He will stay in the imperial capital for a long time, and he will mainly handle the follow-up investigation of the Tiandaway. Quote, the spiritually awakened can enter other people's dreams, create nightmares, read memories, and many other incredible abilities. It can be said that it is appropriate to let Li Chengqing investigate this kind of matter, and make the best use of everything. That's fine, just follow what you said, brother. Qin Mo nodded, accepting this errand. At the same time, at the moment when Li Mo was talking with Qin Mo's study, Xia Zhu had just left the imperial restricted area and drove towards Shengyan district. The Jialing Xia clan's mansion on the side of the imperial capital is located in Shengyan district. And that house, in the near future, will soon become the champion mansion. Soon, the car stopped at the gate, and Xia Zhu in iron armor stepped out of the car, striding into Xia's manor with a blank expression on his face. In the manor, there was a short man with a rich figure, walking towards him, and before he got close to him, he said loudly, "Congratulations, General, for being crowned champion." Hearing this, Xia Zhu's face remained unchanged, neither happy nor sad. He kept walking and continued to move forward. Seeing this, Xia Zhan was not annoyed, and hurriedly followed beside him with lowered eyebrows. The two followed each other into the castle, and a faint bright yellow light suddenly lit up and filled Xia Zhu's body. As the light flickered, the armor on his body disappeared and turned into a simple necklace, hanging safely around Xia Zhu's neck. There are a total of 13 sharp spikes on the necklace. It is obvious that this is an extremely powerful relic of the Holy Spirit, but it was precipitated by an awakened person of unknown rank. After taking off his armor, Xia Zhu sat on the sofa, drooping his eyelids, and rubbing the center of his brows slowly. What's the result of Qin Mo's investigation? Reporting to the general, everything that can be found is here. Xia Zhan, who was standing aside, replied immediately, and at the same time handed over a document respectfully. He is the main spokesperson of the Jialing Xia clan in the imperial capital, responsible for all affairs of the Xia clan in the imperial capital. At the same time, Xia Zhan herself is also an S-rank awakener with extraordinary strength. Xia Zhu took the document, raised his eyelids, and flipped through it casually. I saw that this A4 paper was densely packed with relevant information about Qin Mo, such as age, place of birth, what school he attended, which school he graduated from, when he entered the security bureau, and so on. There was even general information about his late father, Qin Hao, and his mother. For the Jialing Xia clan, it was not difficult to get these things, it was extremely easy. Xia Zhu scanned it roughly, narrowed his eyes slightly, catching key information, and said slowly, 23 years old, with S-level strength, and has a close relationship with the Li family in Qingyang. This Qin Mo is really lucky. What the general said is true. Qin Mo's luck is indeed quite strong, but unfortunately he is a dissatisfied young man. Xia Zhan said with a smile. The so-called dissatisfaction in his mouth is of course about Qin Mo's vain attempt to become the champion. It is already a blessing for a boy who was unknown before that to be able to have the strength of S-class, but he dared to expect more things that did not belong to his class. Champion who? Oh, just rely on Qin Mo. He deserves it too. Xia Zhu shook his head, dropped the document casually, and stopped paying attention to Qin Mo. His thoughts were the same as Xia Zhan's. Therefore, Xia Zhu didn't take the matter of stealing Qin Mo's original credit to heart at all, and only felt that it should be taken for granted. How are the preparations at Gaoling? He turned his head and asked. It's almost ready. Well, you must be well prepared. You have been waiting for so many years, so don't be in a hurry. Xia Zhu said as he got up and walked to the window, hands behind his back. He raised his head, staring at the blue and clean sky of the imperial capital, looking at the dazzling sun, a smile slowly curled up at the corner of his mouth. Xia Zhu murmured softly, since this marquis has been awarded the title of champion marquis, it is time for the Jialing Xia clan to move forward. Above the champion who is the Duke of Qin. On top of the Jialing Xia clan, there are 5 ancient families that have been passed down for thousands of years. Combining the two together, what Xia Zhu wanted to do was self-evident. He is obviously going to lead the Jialing Xia family to be promoted to a first-class family in the Great Qin dynasty, so that he can be granted the title of Xia Guogong. For thousands of years, the Duke of the State has been firmly controlled by the 5 great families. Unless it is a member of the five families, it is absolutely impossible for an outsider to be granted the title of Duke of the state. But he, Sha Zhu, did not believe in this evil. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Security Bureau, 9th floor. Qin Mo sat in a huge office, and the faint sunlight shone on him through the glass windows. The place where he is staying now is actually the director's office. It's just that Li Mo rarely comes to the Security Bureau on weekdays, so it's cheaper for Qin Mo. He can just occupy it directly, and there is no need to go to the deputy director's office. The layout of the room should be changed. This wall should be removed and replaced with a large floor-to-ceiling window. Qin Mo leaned on the chair, put his hands behind his head, and whispered to himself. He is now the deputy director, and he has become the second in command of the Security Bureau, with a very respected status and great power. Changing a window is completely trivial to him. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Qin Mo said lightly. Afterwards, the office door opened a small crack, and Su Yin poked her head in cautiously. What are you looking at, Sister Su? Come in directly, Qin Mo said with a smile. Hearing Qin Mo's voice and seeing that it was really him, Su Yin dared to open the door and enter with confidence. Hey, am I dreaming? Su Yin looked at this office, which was many times stronger than Group 7, widened her beautiful eyes, and said in a daze. You should be dreaming. Generally speaking, according to the development of the plot, Sister Su suddenly broke into my office, and then I will let me do whatever I want. Su Yin gave him a white look. Immediately afterwards, she stepped on small black leather shoes and walked quickly to Qin Mo, excitedly said, I didn't expect to see you overnight, and the handsome guy became the director directly. Deputy, Qin Mo corrected with a smile. The deputy director is also the director, it's all the same, it's all the same. Su Yin sat down beside him, and said crisply. If that's the case, isn't Sister Su the chief's personal secretary now? Qin Mo joked. Hearing this, Su Yin's eyebrows were crooked, her face was full of smiles, and her chin unconsciously raised 3 points, revealing her fair and tender neck. That must be. Su Yin is no longer a member of the 7th group of the security department, she was asked by Qin Mo to be his secretary. Looking at the entire security bureau, she has the best relationship with Qin Mo, and she has taken care of Qin Mo a lot before, and is extremely concerned about him. Now that Qin Mo is considered developed, it is naturally impossible to forget Su Yin. This is the so-called one person attains the Tao, and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. Hey, Director Qin, I don't know what you need me to do. Su Yin quickly assumed the role. Well, Sister Su naturally wants to help me, to replace this wall. Su Yin. Afterwards, Qin Mo shared his thoughts with Su Yin. After hearing this, Su Yin couldn't help asking in astonishment, this is the sunny side, or the top floor, if you change it like this, the lighting will be greatly enhanced. When the sun shines directly in. This effect is what I want. More exposure to the sun every day can lift people's spirits. Sister Su, do you want to come with me when the time comes? Qin Mo asked with a smile. Don't worry, the Emperor's capital is now in this day, the makeup on my face is probably going to fade away, sister. Su Yin shook her head, and then asked, are you sure you want to do this? Sure, that's all right, the director has spoken, I'll do it now. After finishing speaking, Su Yin left the office with a graceful posture. Looking at the back of her turning away, the smile on the corner of Qin Mo's mouth became more and more intense. And just as Su Yin left, a burst of rapid cell phone ringing suddenly rang. Qin Mo took out his mobile phone from his pocket and took a look, only to find that it was Li Mo who called him. He didn't think much, put it directly to his ear, and said first, hey, what's the matter, brother? Li Mo's voice slowly came out from the phone. Chu Tianzhao, what is he doing in the security bureau? Qin Mo asked in surprise. Afterwards, he nodded and said, okay, I understand. Immediately afterwards, Qin Mo hung up the phone, frowning slightly, with puzzled eyes. Just now Li Mo said on the phone that Chu Tianzhao will soon join the security bureau, and will be assigned under Qin Mo's subordinates, and will work with him in the future. This is really strange. You know, the security bureau is the back garden of the Li family in Qingyang, how could there be court children from other aristocratic families coming in? Moreover, Chu Tianzhao's status is not ordinary, his father is the current generation's patriarch of the Chu family in Zanbei. However, Li Mo said on the phone that this was what Chu Guogong meant, and he specifically called Li Mo to explain the matter. During the court meeting this morning, the Duke of Chu also supported me as the champion. Could it be that this is his investment? Qin Mo thought to himself. He does have the powerful strength of S level now, but in a 1,000-year-old family, it is actually nothing. If you invest, you can only invest in Qin Mo's potential and be willing to bet on his future. After thinking about it, Qin Mo could only think of this reason. In this way, about 3 hours later, Chu Tianzhao strode into the security bureau and took the elevator up to the 9th floor. When he knocked on the door of the office, Li Yuan, Li Changqing, and Li Yi were already inside. They are reporting to Qin Mo about the follow-up investigation of Tiandawei. Seeing Chu Tianzhao stepping in, the group of people suddenly stopped talking, and all turned to look at him. Let me introduce to you. This is Chu Tianzhao. I think everyone is familiar with him. He will be our colleague from now on. Qin Mo got up and said. Hearing this, strange colors appeared on the faces of several people. Chu Tianzhao came to the security bureau to work, which really exceeded their expectations. Both are children of a 1,000-year-old family, so they have heard about each other, not to mention that Chu Tianzhao has already made a name for himself after staying at the border for several years. Hello, colleagues. Chu Tianzhao raised his thick eyebrows and said calmly. Tianzhao, sit down as you please, let's continue chatting. Qin Mo waved his hands without airs. Hearing this, everyone put away the thoughts in their hearts, and Li Changqing continued to speak. There are mainly two problems before us now. First, Examen Tiger, as an S-level awakened person, quietly crossed the border between the two countries and sneaked into the hinterland of Dakan. Second, when I conducted autopsies on number 2 and number 3 of the Tiandawei, I found the remaining spiritual seed imprints in their brains. At this point, Li Changqing's expression turned serious, and he said slowly, this brand is different from the other inner ghost's brain domains, the former is 100 times stronger than the latter. This is definitely not something that number 9 can plant. Even if I make a move, it is impossible to plant such a powerful spiritual brand. Quote. You mean? Qin Mo frowned slightly, and said, is there a more powerful spiritual awakener on the Tiandawei? This possibility is very high. Li Changqing nodded. Are there any follow-up investigation clues? Qin Mo asked. Not yet, but this time I caught a lot of people in the Lianhua pharmaceutical factory. I can search my memory one by one to see if I can find some clues. That's fine, I'll leave this matter to you, thanks for your hard work. Qin Mo directly became the hands-off shopkeeper. Afterwards, several people left the office and began to investigate quickly. Chu Tianzhao also went with him. He did not choose to chat with Qin Mo at this time, the future is long and there is plenty of time. Having wandered around the border for many years, he knew very well that the first thing to do at this time was to integrate into the group. Just like that, Qin Mo was the only one left in the office. He leaned against the window, bathed in sunlight, his eyes narrowed slightly. Li Changqing and the others took care of Tiandawei's affairs, and Qin Mo didn't worry about it at all. He is now mainly concerned about another matter, extremely puzzled and full of puzzlement. How did Examen Tiger die in Shaza's hands? Could it be, is it really a pure coincidence? It couldn't be that he used Lovebird's Holy Spirit relic, disappeared from under Qin Mo's nose, and appeared directly in front of Shaza's eyes, right? This is too much of a coincidence. With such a coincidence, it was difficult to convince Qin Mo. He didn't believe that such a dramatic thing would happen in the world. There must be a deeper reason for it, but unfortunately his strength was not strong enough at that time, the range of hearing diffusion was not far enough, the speed was not fast enough, and he could not fly. If Qin Mo's hearing can cover the whole world, how can Examen Tiger escape? Of course, at this time, Sha Zhu couldn't escape. Thinking like this, a warm current surged through his body suddenly. Qin Mo's face brightened, he temporarily put away his messy thoughts, focused his eyes on his eyes, and opened the Gene Awakening panel. Light Energy Points. 26 freely assignable. The light energy points accumulated today are more than before, somewhat exceeding Qin Mo's expectations. If there are 26 points, it happens that the 8 attributes are allocated 3 points each, and the last 2 points are allocated to speed and defense. The warm current quickly permeated the whole body, strengthening Chin Mo's whole body in all directions without dead ends. Speed, 96, awakening skill, 20 times the speed of sound. 20 times the speed of sound, that is 6,800 meters per second. That is to say, Chin Mo's current base speed can be so fast, he can run nearly 7 kilometers in 1 second. And this is not his limit speed. With the blessing of the biological force field, Chin Mo's limit speed reached 15 times the speed of sound before, but now that the base speed is doubled, the limit speed will only be faster. Faster speed means faster reaction, not only useful in chasing and escaping, but also stronger in fighting. For example, if the opponent has just thrown one punch, but you have already thrown 10 punches, it is obvious at a glance which one is stronger and which is weaker. When the X-Men Tigers were abused 2 days ago, the speed made a great contribution. Soon, the warmth from all over his body gradually dissipated, and Chin Mo also walked out of the office and took the elevator down to the 9th floor. He is still living in the house in Guanghong Street, Baiyun District, which is the inheritance left to him by Chin Hao. Unless necessary, Chin Mo does not want to change the house. When he walked out of the Security Bureau building, many colleagues would stop to say hello to him, with a hint of excitement on his face. After all, this is a living S-rank awakened person, and you don't see it at all on weekdays, so of course you have to watch more. Li Mo Shenlong never came to the Security Bureau a few times a year, so Chin Mo, the deputy director, had a high gold content. Li Chengfeng and the others watched Chin Mo's receding back, and opened their mouths, as if they wanted to say something, but in the end they didn't say anything, and they didn't step forward, only feeling bitter. Not seeing each other for a day, the status of the two parties are already very different, and they are no longer from the same world. What's more, they can't even compete with Su Yin now. I knew this earlier, hey. Li Chengfeng sighed, full of remorse. Unfortunately, there is never any medicine for regret in this world. Chin Mo didn't know what they were thinking, these things had nothing to do with him, he didn't care. After leaving the Security Bureau, Chin Mo broke out at the limit speed and ran towards the house. In the morning, Li Mo offered to give him an expensive sports car, but Chin Mo refused. A car as a means of transportation is too tasteless for Chin Mo. Not to mention that the speed is too slow, driving will also affect him from absorbing solar energy and accumulating light energy points. Just like that, after 1.2 seconds, a gust of wind blew by, and Chin Mo suddenly appeared at his door. Suddenly turning from high-speed movement to stillness is a very heavy load on the body, but fortunately, Chin Mo's defense has reached 95 points, and his bones, internal organs, muscles, etc. are all extremely strong. He took out the key from his pocket, opened the door, and stepped inside. 1.2 seconds, a little more than 10 kilometers. If converted, my current limit speed is about 8,500 meters per second, which means it is equivalent to 25 times the speed of sound. This is a very simple calculation problem. Chin Mo murmured to himself, then walked into the kitchen, ready to wash rice for cooking. With his current status, he doesn't actually need to do these chores himself, but Chin Mo is still in high spirits. Cooking is a hobby for him. Chin Mo occasionally eats out, but most of the time he still cooks himself. After all, besides doing these things, he seems to have nothing else to do. Such as the so-called leisurely life. After cooking and eating, he took a cold shower every day, and then he nestled on the sofa and began to browse the information on the border. The new guarding general arrived at the border yesterday. He needs to replace Shaza's position, and continue the long-term confrontation with Qi Lin Shu. It seems that he should be from the Lin family in the Far East. I don't know what level of strength this person is. The border is far away from the capital city, thousands of kilometers. Chin Mo has never been there in the past 20 years, but has only seen a few times through TV and news. According to Li Mo's plan, after Chin Mo was awarded the title of champion, he should go to the border to practice for a few years and come back to become a duke. It's a pity that the champion who fell to Shaza's head now, and the original plan was naturally never mentioned again. Of course, even if Chin Mo became the champion, he would not be able to go to the border. Just kidding, can life on the border be as comfortable as in the imperial capital? That was the road prepared for him by Li Shi of Qingyang, not the life he wanted. If it is not really necessary, who wants to fight and kill all day long. Could it be that the sun on the frontier is bigger than that in the imperial capital? Obviously not. The imperial capital is in the south, and the state of Qi is in the north, so the temperature on the border between the two countries is actually lower. Thinking this way, Qin Mo shook his head, turned off the information on the border, and turned to play other things. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock in the evening that he went to bed on time. In this way, there is nothing to say all night. At dawn the next day, Qin Mo was still the same, getting up on time at 6 o'clock, greeted the first ray of sunshine in the morning, and then ran to the security bureau. It doesn't make any difference to him whether he is a master or not, whether he is a deputy director or not, and the regular life he should have will not change because of this. By the time I got stuck and entered the office on the 9th floor, the modification project of the floor-to-ceiling windows had already come to an end, and the speed was extremely fast. This was an urgent job last night, and the security bureau was a colossal entity that should never be provoked by ordinary people, so they didn't dare to neglect the slightest bit, and didn't dare to delay the construction period. The entire wall has been demolished and replaced with tempered glass. The dazzling sunlight poured in without hindrance, illuminating the room extremely brightly. Seeing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Then, he walked to the desk, lifted it up easily, and moved it to the glass window. After adjusting the layout of the house to a satisfactory state, Qin Mo sat leisurely on the chair with his hands behind his head and leaned back. This posture is extremely comfortable. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his face became more intense. Next, it is naturally a boring fishing life. However, now he can do whatever he wants more and more. While Qin Mo was fishing and basking in the sun, Li Changqing and the other four were conducting interrogation and investigation on the first basement floor of the security bureau. There are not many prison cells, only 5, but more than 20 people are imprisoned, and these are all high-level awakened people. As for those below sea level, there are too many people, so they are not listed here. With so many high-level people gathered together, if a riot occurs, it will inevitably cause great losses to the security bureau. But Li Yi and the others didn't seem to be afraid. He sat side by side with Li Yuan and Chu Tianzhao, and the three of them stared at Li Changqing in the other room. I saw Li Changqing closed his eyes, opened his right hand, clasped 5 fingers on the head of a B-level awakened person, and faint mental fluctuations pervaded the surroundings of the two. He is reading this person's memory, hoping to find some secret information from it. If you look carefully, you will find that the B-level awakened person of the Tiandaway is wearing a set of silver-white handcuffs, which emit a faint light. The material of this handcuff is unusual, but it is made of a rare special crystal ore. He has only one function, that is to suppress the power of the gene, causing the awakened person to fall into a short-term weakness. Only after the handcuffs are untied can he return to normal. This is Li Yi's confidence, and they don't worry about what ghosts these rebels from the Tiandaway will hide. Soon, about 10 minutes later, Li Changqing let go of his palm, with a look of exhaustion on his face, and the B-level awakened person fell limply to the ground and fell into a coma. How is it? Li Yuan got up and walked in front of him, and asked. Hearing this, Li Changqing shook his head slowly, and replied, I still haven't found it. Who is this? 16th. Then there are not many people left, let's bring another one here. Li Changqing said. Do you want to take a break? Li Mei asked with a frown. Thank you, miss, for your concern, but I still don't rest. Strike while the iron is hot, and finish the investigation as soon as possible, so it can end sooner. Li Changqing smiled. Seeing his insistence, Li Yuan didn't say anything, nodded slowly, walked to the other side, and dragged another B-level over. Immediately afterwards, Li Changqing closed his eyes again and raised his arms. After reading the memories of the three of them, Li Changqing suddenly frowned, opened his eyes suddenly, and said in a deep voice. Camellia Bistro. He reported a location, and the three of Li Yuan immediately became serious, and they all got up and came to his side. What did you find? Chu Tianzhao asked directly. The walls here are all equipped with advanced sound insulation facilities, so people from the Tiandaway will not be heard. Besides, even if they heard it, there was nothing they could do about it. In my memory of this person, I found that he had received an order from number 6 a month ago to go to the Camellia Tavern, but his rank was not high. Don't know the details. Speaking of this, Li Changqing paused for a while, and then continued, however, there are 3 more people going with him, this may be a breakthrough. Which 3 people? Li Yuan asked. Hearing this, Li Changqing slowly announced the 3 names. Li Yi on the side immediately hugged the computer on the table and mobilized the list of prisoners of war. He compared them carefully, then raised his head and said, only 1 person was found, and the other 2 should have been killed on the spot. Bring that person over first. Li Yuan said. After the words fell to the ground, Chu Tianzhao quickly walked to the cell next to him, and quickly found the man. This is a woman with a good figure and a beautiful appearance, but it is a pity that her beautiful face is stained with coagulated blood and mud, and she is no longer as beautiful as before. Li Changqing didn't care to appreciate her sickness, so he quickly performed memory reading on her. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes and said, after she and the other 2 entered the Camellia Tavern, they acted separately and she didn't know the specific task content. She only caught a glimpse of the executor sitting at the bar and asked the bartender for a glass of bloody 3 of spades. After mixing the wine, he drank it and left, and the task was completed. Quote, I ordered a cup of bloody 3 of spades. Li Yuan frowned and murmured softly. If you just look at it like this, it seems that you can't see anything. However, Li Yi beside her suddenly took a breath at this time, and said solemnly, 3 of spades, this is a special relic of the Holy Spirit. As soon as these words came out, the other 3 turned their heads to look at him. I just saw it a few days ago. Afterwards, Li Yi gave them a rough account of how number 9 died. After listening, Li Changqing took the lead and said, it seems that the bloody 3 of spades should be some kind of code. The pen was probably sent to Tiandaway by the people behind the scenes through the Camellia Tavern. His thinking is quite quick and his reflexes are quick. Hearing his speculation, Li Yuan and the others all nodded their heads to show their agreement. Since we found the clue, it's time to go to the Camellia Tavern. Li Yuan said in a deep voice. Well, do you need to report this matter to Chief Qin? Li Yi asked. I'll tell. When the voice fell, Li Yuan turned and left the room, and pressed the elevator door. Not long after, she came to the office on the 9th floor and told Qin Mo about the clues she had just investigated. Qin Mo's brows gradually frowned, and it was only then that he knew how the director of the intelligence department killed Chen Lingling under the nose of an A-level. The team leader, what do you mean? He still habitually called Li Yuan the team leader. We're going to go there tonight to find out and see if we can find more clues. Li Yuan said. That's okay, we must pay attention to safety. Most of the Tiandawi's forces have been wiped out, and the remaining group of people will definitely be on high alert. When you are not absolutely sure, don't take risks impulsively. Qin Mo exhorted. Li Yuan nodded, the 2 chatted for a while, and she left in a hurry. Because of Qin Mo, she is now independent from the 7th group of the security office, but her relationship with Qingyong Li is still as bad as ever. Li Yuan vowed to make some achievements on her own, so she was extremely concerned about Tiandawi's affairs. Moreover, many of her colleagues who worked together died at their hands. This organization, she must eradicate it completely. After Li Yuan left, Qin Mo fell into deep thought. The Heaven and Earth Society seems to be the work of the people of Qi on the surface, but it is obviously full of doubts. He appeared too inexplicably, with so many ghosts planted, and hundreds of awakened ones, many of them high level. Such a powerful force cannot all come out of the cracks in the rocks, and it must go through a long period of management. Then, if the people of Qi had infiltrated so well and done so secretly, then Dakin would have destroyed the country long ago. It is pure nonsense that the 5 aristocratic families want to continue for 1,000 years. I hope Li Yuan and the others can find more clues in the Camellia Tavern. Qin Mo whispered. Just at this moment, the familiar warm current flowed through his body again. Qin Mo's spirit immediately cheered up, temporarily putting aside many thoughts just now, and he opened the Gene Awakening panel. Light energy points. 24, freely assignable. Oh, it's exactly 24 o'clock. Qin Mo was slightly surprised, and then with a thought, he directly divided the light energy points accumulated today, and added 3 points to each item. If so, his current attributes are like this. Eyesight, 104. Listening, 97. Intelligence, 97. Breathing, 97. Strength, 101. Speed, 99. Recovery. 97. Defense. 98. Generally speaking, it is actually fairly balanced. Only eyesight and strength have broken through the 100 mark, and the other 6 attributes are almost the same, but this is his main means of fighting the enemy, and a little stronger is within the acceptable range. According to the current speed, after one more day, each attribute can reach more than 100, and the biological force field should be strengthened again. The warm current quickly dissipated to Chinmo's whole body, his brain became more flexible, the range of his mental perception was further extended, and his strength and speed were passively increased. But this time, Chinmo keenly discovered that the temperature around the eyes was higher than other places. Soon, a piece of information suddenly broke into his mind. Vision. 104. Skill, thermal vision enhancement. Chapter 91. The temperature gradually rose, enveloping Chinmo's eyeballs, and soon it was hundreds of degrees Celsius. However, he didn't feel anything at all, just like soaking in a hot spring. 2 tiny red dots appeared in the depths of his 2 pupils respectively. When the warm current subsided, the little red dot also disappeared, and Chinmo's eyes returned to their original appearance. Now that his thermal vision has been strengthened, the temperature of the high-temperature rays he shoots will further increase, which can be said to be level 2 thermal vision. The last time I fought against Examen Tiger, the high-temperature rays never broke through his demigod body. I don't know what kind of power it will have after strengthening. Chinmo murmured softly, a smile slowly curled up at the corner of his mouth. The body of a demigod is a signature ability of an S-rank awakener, possessing an extremely powerful defensive ability. This is somewhat similar to Chinmo's Iron Man, but there are obvious differences, mainly in terms of defense. The former is far worse than the latter. It's a pity that there is nothing for me to try to see how powerful it is, unless there is an S-level awakener. Chinmo shook his head regretfully. When his strength was comparable to that of an A-level awakened person, he could no longer just use buildings to verify it. Whether it's superpower or high-temperature rays, the destructive power is really too powerful. Thinking this way, Chinmo shook his head and prepared to leave work. Tonight, he and Su Yin made an appointment for a dinner. The 2 of them were going to eat seafood dishes together, and Chinmo would treat them. This was something that was agreed a few days ago. The prices of high-end restaurants in Lingyun district are not considered affordable, and everyone's minimum consumption is above 4 figures. For ordinary people, this is considered a luxury. But it was nothing to Chinmo now. The moment he exposed his strength, he had already realized the freedom of wealth. This is the status of an S-rank awakener. The dinner ended quickly, it only took more than an hour, and Chinmo had already returned home by 7:30. At this time, Li Yuan and the others had already arrived in Luoyang district. Looking at the small Camellia Tavern at the corner of the street, the 4 of them looked at each other and then dispersed. They circled around the vicinity, and then entered in groups of 2 or 2 teams, in order to prevent anyone who was interested in seeing the clues. The tavern doesn't look big, but the inside is unique and very open. The brown-yellow solid wood floor exudes a faint fragrance, and the comfortable music that plays slowly immerses people's hearts silently. The dim yellow lights hang in the corner, creating a different atmosphere. At this time, there were not many people in the tavern, but there were not many. People sat around each other, and there were all kinds of small wines on the table. Li Yuan wore a navel-bearing outfit and walked to the bar on a pair of white sandals. She sat down, turned her head and looked around, and observed without hesitation. "What would you like to drink, beauty?" Behind the bar, the bartender in a black and white striped shirt asked with a smile. "I don't know, it's my first time here, do you have any recommendations?" Li Yuan turned to look at him and asked. Hearing this, the bartender nodded and said, "It can be seen that the beauty is indeed a stranger, and besides, if someone as beautiful as the beauty has been here before, I will definitely have an impression. Snow country scenery, iceberg jasmine, and white agate stone, these 3 wines are very in line with the temperament of a beautiful woman." Quote. Not exciting enough. Li Yuan shook his head. "Then, what is your taste preference?" the bartender asked tentatively. Hearing this, Li Yuan did not answer, but asked instead, "Is there a list?" "Certainly." After finishing speaking, the bartender turned around and took a list, and pushed it in front of Li Yuan. Li Yuan opened it and glanced casually, and immediately saw what she wanted to see. However, She didn't make it obvious, but calmly ordered 3 types in a row, and said, "1 for each." The bartender looked down at where her finger was, and a slight flicker appeared in his eyes immediately. But because he lowered his head, Li Yuan didn't notice anything. Beauty is really discerning. These 3 wines are really exciting. The bartender helped his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said apologetically, "But I'm sorry that the bloody 3 of spades wine pairing ran out yesterday, and the new wine won't be delivered until tomorrow, so I can't make this for you. Cup used up. What a coincidence. Something is wrong." Li Yuan thought about it, frowned slightly, and could only say lightly, "In that case, let's make the other 2 cups first." "Okay, please wait for a while, the beauty." The bartender bowed slightly, very politely, then turned around and started preparing for her. After that, nothing else happened. After mixing the wine, Li Yuan shook the goblet, chatted with the bartender, and looked around. However, she didn't find any useful news. After staying like this for about an hour, several people left the tavern one after another, and then got together again. They exchanged the information they had found, but they found nothing particularly obvious. "It seems that we can only do it again tomorrow," Li Yuan said in a low voice. Hearing this, Chu Tianzhao and the 3 of them all nodded. Time passed quickly, and by the time the Camellia Bistro closed, it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning. The bartender took off the lighted door sign, closed the door, and walked to the back of the bistro. He took out his mobile phone and entered a phone number he had firmly remembered in his heart. The beeps sounded quickly and the wait was very long. Just 1 second before the phone was about to hang up automatically, the other party finally connected, and a deep voice sounded. "It's so late, what's the matter?" "They have already investigated me," the bartender said slowly. As soon as these words came out, there was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, and then the voice came out again. "I will arrange for someone to deal with it tomorrow." "Yes, then I won't disturb your rest. I wish you a pleasant sleep," the bartender said respectfully. The next day, in the afternoon, on the 9th floor of the security bureau, Qin Mo was still sitting at his desk fishing while basking in the sun as in the past 2 days. Li Yuan and the others did not come to look for Qin Mo today. He guessed that the investigation last night did not go well, and no new clues were found. In this regard, he has long been mentally prepared. It would be strange if Tiandaway could be dealt with so easily. Luoyang District. It's not far away, just within the range of hearing. Qin Mo looked at the map and said to himself. He plans to go to investigate in person tonight to see if he can find anything. After making up his mind, Qin Mo continued his simple and unpretentious happy fishing time. It was like this until when I was about to get off work, a warm current suddenly appeared in my chest. Qin Mo immediately lifted his spirits and quickly opened the Gene Awakening panel. There are 25 light energy points in the column below that can be allocated freely. Without hesitation, he directly divided it into 8 attributes, making all of them break through to 100 or more, and throwing the remaining last point to the defense. Warm currents quickly surged through the whole body, and at the same time, strengthen. Biological force field. Seeing this familiar message in his mind, Qin Mo became more excited, his brows and eyes filled with joy. Finally, the biological force field was strengthened again. Now he can levitate in the air, so it is self-evident what kind of effect it will have after strengthening. Qin Mo can already fly. Wisps of solar energy filled every cell in Qin Mo. An indescribably powerful aura suddenly appeared around him. Qin Mo's legs gradually left the ground, rising inch by inch, and soon hovered a foot away from the ground. The gravity he was subjected to was gradually decreasing, and he could clearly sense this. As time passed, Nguyen Lu finally disappeared from Qin Mo's body and hid in an unknown corner again. Qin Mo slowly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a heartfelt smile. Call. He took a deep breath, and with a thought, his suspended body began to move accordingly. I saw Qin Mo slowly drifting from the window to the other side of the office. Sure enough, it really can fly. The smile on Qin Mo's face became more and more intense, and his mind moved slightly again, but this time it exploded with speed. In just a blink of an eye, he was back at the window. Afterwards, Qin Mo directly opened the window and flew out of the Security Bureau building. Immediately afterwards, he disappeared in place. A black shadow flew into the sky at a terrifying speed far exceeding the speed of sound. Ha ha ha. Chin Mo's mood has never been better. I am afraid that no one can refuse the temptation to soar wantonly in the sky. Now, he finally made it this far. This feeling is quite wonderful. Chin Mo flew faster and faster, and soon reached his limit speed, which was 25 times the speed of sound. Moreover, in the next second, he broke through the original limit speed. It was said earlier that the stronger the biological force field and the lower the gravity of the planet it receives, the faster the speed will be. In just 1 second, Chin Mo flew 9 kilometers away. This is about 28 times the speed of sound. Chin Mo is very satisfied with this growth. Afterwards, he rushed towards the sky again, wanting to see what his current altitude limit was. Because the speed is not fast enough, and the biological force field is not strong enough, it cannot fly to higher places without limit, and there will be a current upper limit. Of course, as the subsequent 8 attributes continue to become stronger, this upper limit will also be broken. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 1,000 meters passed away. Chin Mo stopped his figure, suspended in the air, breathing the fresh air nearby, with a smile on his face. This height is probably the limit of his current ability. Don't underestimate the vertical height of 1,000 meters. If it is converted into a building, it has more than 330 floors, which is already very high. Every strengthening of the biological force field can really bring me more surprises. Chin Mo murmured softly. Before the voice landed, he disappeared into the air again. After waiting for so long, I can finally fly, so naturally I have to have a hard time. 2 hours later, Luoyang District, Camellia Bistro. Li Yuan and the others came here again, preparing to launch their second investigation. Today is still the same as yesterday. A few people entered in batches, and there were not many people in the bar. Li Yuan, who was wearing small sandals, sat down at the bar again, and stretched out his hand to push his bangs behind his ears. Seeing it was her, the bartender behind the bar smiled slightly, put down the wine glass he was wiping, walked up to her and said, "Welcome beauty to come to Camellia again, what would you like to drink tonight?" "Have a bloody 3 of spades, as you said, the wine pairing will be delivered today," Li Yuan said bluntly. With yesterday's foreshadowing, she decisively chose to get straight to the point today, not worried that she would be noticed as abnormal. Sure enough, the trainer didn't do anything special. He habitually adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, nodded slightly to Li Yuan, and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment." Afterwards, he turned around and walked to the wine cabinet, took out a total of 7 kinds of wine from different positions, and then went to change to a relaxing music, and began to formally mix the wine. Li Yuan watched his every movement carefully, and secretly raised his vigilance. At the same time, in the other 3 positions in the tavern, there were 3 pairs of eyes staring at the bar intentionally or unintentionally. The bartender's movements became more and more fancy and complicated, and at a certain moment, the glass in his hand was thrown high into the air. At this moment, the music was supposed to be relaxing, but the rhythm suddenly became much faster. The dark yellow wall lamp hanging in the corner seemed to be 3 points more ambiguous than before, and a very faint fragrance wafted out from nowhere, and quietly squeezed into people's nostrils. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly sounded. Li Yi turned his head in doubt, and saw a middle-aged man fell headfirst on the table, as if he was drunk. However, just after that, it was as if a butterfly flapped its wings, triggering a chain reaction, and the rest of the people in the tavern collapsed in just a few seconds. Not good. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils instantly changed into sharp eagle eyes, mobilizing the power of genes in his body. When his mind turned, he took a step forward, crossed a distance of several meters, and appeared beside Li Yuan. He raised his hand towards the bartender and grabbed it. His 5 fingers turned into eagle claws halfway. He didn't know what was causing the abnormality in front of him, but it definitely had something to do with the bartender. However, in the face of a fatal blow from an A-level mimic awakener, the bartender's movements did not stop in the slightest. As if he didn't notice Li Yi at all, with that faint smile still hanging on the corner of his mouth, he firmly caught the falling cup. Li Yi's shots are very fast, and the distance between the 2 is also very close. At any other time, if the claw falls, the bartender will be seriously injured if he does not die. Unfortunately, today is not possible. At the moment when the eagle's claws were about to touch him, a camellia flower suddenly emerged from the air, its petals slowly turning, and blocked the bartender. Li Yi's arm can no longer advance an inch. A handsome, feminine man who looks like a woman, unexpectedly appeared on the other side of the bar at some time. He looked at Li Yi and Li Yuan lazily, and whispered softly, "Don't spoil this glass of fine wine." The faint voice was particularly harsh in the silent tavern at this time. Li Yi's pupils shrank sharply, and his heart shook. He didn't sense the slightest bit of power from the fist-sized camellia, but it blocked his own attack. So easy, so casual. This is definitely not an A-level awakener. Only S rank can make him feel this kind of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. This time it's broken. Li Yi was desperate. They did find clues at the Camellia Tavern this time, but who would have thought that such a big fish would be attracted? Facing an S-level awakened person, even if the four of them add up, they are not enough to kill him. In an instant, Li Yi's mouth was full of bitterness. However, among the few people present, he was the only one who had guessed the real strength of the feminine man, while the rest did not know. Ever since, the dull air suddenly became manic, and there was a sudden crackling sound of electric current. When the thunder light suddenly appeared, Chu Tianzhao raised his thick eyebrows and clenched his fists, wanting to attack the feminine man. Seeing this, Liang Bai raised his hand and waved it casually. A camellia flower suddenly appeared behind Chu Tianzhao. The petals grew rapidly and became 2 meters high in an instant. The thunder that was still shining just now disappeared. Liang Bihan raised his other arm indifferently, took the bloody 3 of spades prepared by the bartender, put it on his bright red lips, and took a small sip. With his eyes closed, he looked very intoxicated, as if he had tasted some kind of fairy wine. A mouthful of scarlet wine flowed down his throat into his stomach. Liang Bai slowly opened his eyes, and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. As he twirled his fingers, a camellia appeared in his hand as if by magic. He took a sip of the fragrance of the flowers gently, then turned to look at Li Yi, and asked with a smile. "Then, who will feed my little flower first?" The thin voice rang in the ears of several people, and they couldn't help but get goosebumps on the back of their necks, and their hairs trembled. But at the next moment, a huge wing suddenly appeared in the tavern, and the sharp feathers shone with a dazzling cold light, aimed at Liang Bai's neck and cut it off. At the same time, the wind was swirling, and Li Yuan and Li Chengqing were also attacking together at this moment. The 3 of them have a tacit understanding. Liang Bai was indeed an S-rank awakener. When he appeared in front of them, Li Yuan and the others could be said to have stepped into the gate of hell with 1 foot, and they would undoubtedly die. However, sitting still will never appear in their dictionary. In the face of a powerful enemy that is difficult to defeat, the only way to fight is to fight for the illusory glimmer of life. Unfortunately, reality is always cruel. Liang Bai slowly raised his finger, put it to his red lips and made a silent gesture. Hush! The extremely beautiful camellia flower at the fingertip just now floated in the air by itself, and without doing anything, he lightly eliminated all the attacks that came. "It seems that you want to come together," Liang Bai said with a smile. The petals of the camellia suddenly turned, the speed gradually became faster, the petals gradually separated, and drifted towards the 3 at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every petal here can easily kill a level awakened person. The other foot of Li Yuan and the others seemed to be about to step into the gate of hell. After all, it is about to come. This moment. Under the pitch-black night, in the high sky of the imperial capital, a figure suddenly flew by at high speed. The long distance of dozens of kilometers is only a few seconds. Boom! A loud noise suddenly sounded. A large piece of bricks and tiles fell to the ground, billowing smoke and dust, and a big hole appeared on the roof of the tavern. Faint moonlight came in through the hole, and with it came the super cold air with extremely low temperature. I saw that the camellia petals that were still floating in the air were suddenly covered with a layer of snow-white frost, turning into several beautiful ice sculptures. Clang! The frozen petals fell to the ground and smashed together with bricks and tiles. Liang Bai frowned slightly, and secretly raised his vigilance by 3 points. He looked up at the ceiling, his eyes full of doubts. This is what happened. And the next second, he knew the answer. A figure suddenly came into view. Qin Mo folded his arms around his chest, straightened his back, and fell straight through the hole he blasted. Like a savior hero, descending from the sky. He didn't land on the ground, just suspended in midair, looking at Liang Bai expressionlessly. Liang Bai was also watching him, her red lips moved slightly, and said, "You." However, before he could say a word, Qin Mo interrupted him forcefully. "In my entire life, the thing I hate the most." At this point, he paused for a moment, and a small red dot suddenly appeared between the two pupils. The little red dot quickly filled Qin Mo's eyes at an incomparable speed, and then, under Liang Bai's astonished gaze, 2 high-temperature rays shot out. At the same time, Qin Mo continued to say, "The ones I hate the most are those like you, death, people, and demons." Chi chi chi. 2 rays with extremely terrifying high temperature bombarded Liang Bai's body fiercely. He had raised his vigilance, but before he had time to react, he had already endured Qin Mo's attack head-on. Huge pain hit like a tidal wave, like a violent wind and waves on the sea, trying to smash his lonely boat into the bottom of the sea. Puzzled, stunned, frightened. A variety of complex expressions appeared on Liang Bai's face, and he was completely dumbfounded. How come? How so? How can this be? Suddenly, chaotic thoughts welled up in his heart, but at this moment the dazzling red light had disappeared, and Qin Mo withdrew the high-temperature rays. Liang Bai's lips were slightly opened and closed, but he couldn't say anything. He twisted his stiff neck, slowly lowered his head, and looked at the big hole in his chest. From his perspective, he can clearly see the kidneys and other organs in the body that are still functioning normally. However, his heart and most of his lungs have been directly melted by the high temperature. The half-god body that S-level awakened people are proud of has no effect at all under Qin Mo's eyes. It is as fragile as a piece of paper. One poke and it breaks. Not even for a short second. Ever since Liang Bai died. Boom. He fell straight on his back and fell heavily on the broken bricks and tiles. All expressions turned into fear at the last moment, completely frozen on his face. Liang Bai's eyes gradually lost their luster, and the frozen camellia flower in front of his eyes also disappeared into the world with his death. At this moment, there was no sound in the tavern. Everyone who was still awake was stunned. They watched in shock what was happening before them, their hearts filled with disbelief. A powerful S-rank awakener just died. From Qin Mo's appearance to Liang Bai's fall to the ground, is there a total of 1 minute? No, 10 seconds. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. The bartender behind the bar was completely dumbfounded until the 2-meter-long scary flower petal disappeared, and the weak Chu Tianjiao fell to the ground with a loud sound, which shocked him. He turned his head sharply to look at Qin Mo, and then tried to run away. However, everything is wishful thinking. It didn't take Qin Mo's hands to do this. Li Yi jumped over the bar with a stride, and caught him on the ground with a backhand. He is just a small character, with only the strength of a D-rank awakener. At this time, Li Chengqing, Li Yuan and others also reacted, and quickly walked to Chu Tianjiao's side, checking his condition. "It's just a short coma, nothing serious," Li Yuan said. After all, Chu Tianjiao is the eldest son of the Zhenbei Chu family. He is protected by elemental crystals. The moment the petals wrapped him around, he was spontaneously stimulated. Therefore, he was not harmed, but the pervasive scent of camellias still paralyzed his nerves. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, Qin Mo nodded, his brain turned quickly, and he quickly made corresponding arrangements for the aftermath. Check all the fainted people, contact the Imperial Hospital to prepare for treatment, and notify the security office to mobilize people to block the place first. "I'll take care of it." Li Yuan stood up and said with a serious expression. "Okay. Then trouble the team leader." Afterwards, Qin Mo turned his head to look at Li Yi, and continued, "Chengqing, don't waste time, read this person's memory on the spot, so as not to cause trouble at night." Chengqing complies. Li Chengqing smiled and walked up to the bartender with 3 steps in parallel, and pressed the 5 fingers of his right hand on his head. Immediately afterwards, a faint spiritual fluctuation pervaded the air. Seeing that several people were acting in an orderly manner, Qin Mo just looked away and looked down at the corpse under his feet. The corner of his mouth could not help but raise a faint smile. Spike. Liang Bai was instantly killed by him. Recalling the fight with Examen Tiger a few days ago, although it was said that he was suppressed from the beginning to the end, it still took some effort to break his demigod body. Now it is different. Liang Bai and Examen Tiger are both in the first rank, but they can't resist him at all. The growth of Qin Mo's strength in the past few days is obvious at a glance. This is the horror of thermal vision level 2. Of course, the credit of flying is also indispensable. It was a coincidence that Qin Mo was planning to see what was going on in the tavern tonight during the day. But because of the awakened ability to fly, it was already past 7 o'clock when I went home after finishing my meal and finished cooking. Only then did he release his hearing ability, gradually expanding the range to include the Camellia Tavern. Unexpectedly, when he arrived, he heard Liang Bai's extremely arrogant words. Without hesitation, Qin Mo changed his shoes and opened the door, and flew into the night sky, bursting towards him at extreme speed. What followed was the cruel scene that I saw just now. Everything is just right, which is called just right. Qin Mo had a clearer understanding of his own strength, and the smile on his lips became more intense. Afterwards, he released the suspension, landed beside Liang Bai's body, squatted down and picked up a very inconspicuous transparent object. This thing is like silk, soft and smooth, but extremely cold to the touch, irregular in shape, only the size of a human head. This object is the relic of the Holy Spirit that was precipitated after Liang Bai's death. Speaking of which, Liang Bai is actually an awakened mimic, but what he simulates is a plant, not a common beast. The moment Qin Mo got this Holy Spirit relic, he naturally knew what it was and how to use it. This thing is very special. It is a mask that can change its appearance and breath at will. Other than that, it has no other use, neither attack nor defense. A mask that changes your appearance, it seems a bit tasteless. Qin Mo frowned slightly, and whispered to himself, he thought about it just now, and it seems that there is nothing he needs to do undercover. Well, throw it in the drawer and eat ashes. Qin Mo shook his head regretfully, put it in his pocket casually, and sighed heavily. Well, so far, none of the Holy Spirit relics and elemental crystals he has obtained is useful to him. If this goes on like this, I'm afraid we will be able to open an exhibition hall. However, this is also because Qin Mo's individual abilities are too strong and comprehensive. He has almost no weaknesses. Soon, people from the Imperial Capital Hospital and the security office arrived. Li Mo personally led the team. His face was serious, but when he saw Liang Bai's body, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, his heart was full of shock. If Li Mo was here, he would definitely pat him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't be surprised, just get used to it." At the same time, Li Chengqing's side has also come to a result. In the warehouse behind, Qin Mo slowly frowned as he watched the bartender lying limp on the ground, his limbs twitching and foaming at the mouth. What happened to him? He had seen Li Chengqing read the memory before, so there would never be such severe sequelae. When I read his key memory, I passively triggered the brand of a spiritual awakened person, and that memory was cleared by itself, so he became what he is now. Li Chengqing spread his hands, showing helplessness. The current bartender has become an idiot and will no longer be available. So did you get any useful clues? Qin Mo asked again. Hearing this, Li Chengqing said slowly, he recognized us yesterday, and he called someone at 3 o'clock in the morning. But the phone number and what was said, these are not known. Quote, have you checked his call records? Qin Mo frowned even tighter. It has been checked, but he deleted it after the fact, and needs to wait for the colleagues in the technical department to recover. Li Yi on the side took over the conversation. Deleted. It's really watertight. Qin Mo thought to himself, from this point of view, it still takes time to wait. He thought for a while, and then said, okay, let's take them all back to the bureau first. Tonight, it can only be like this. 8 o'clock in the evening. Qin Mo had just returned to the security bureau with his people. At this time, in Shengyan district, someone looked serious and walked quickly into the ancient castle in the center of the manor. This person is plump and not tall. He is Sha Zan, the Jailing Sha clan's talker in the imperial capital. Boom. He knocked on the door of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, and at the same time said outside the door, General, there is something urgent. Enter. Sha Zu's voice came faintly through the door. Hearing this, Sha Zan pushed the door open and entered, looked up, and saw Sha Zu was sitting on the balcony attached to the master bedroom with his knees crossed and his eyes closed. He was bathed in the dim moonlight, as if he had merged with the dense night around him, and his breathing was extremely slow. Shazan walked lightly behind him, lowered his head slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Something happened at the Camellia Tavern." As soon as these words came out, Shazzu frowned, but he still didn't open his eyes, he just asked. "What accident? The person I sent was killed." Shazan paused for a moment, then continued, "According to reliable sources, it seems that Chin Mo moved his hand." Chin Mo. Shazzu's tone was slightly surprised, he finally opened his eyes this time, as if thinking. But then, he slowly shook his head and said, "No, it can't be him, his strength is not so strong." From the Battle of Examen Tiger, one can estimate the approximate geometry of Chin Mo's combat power. He is indeed stronger than the first rank of S rank, but his strength is limited. It is impossible to eliminate a person of the same rank in a short period of time without causing a big commotion. And until the end of Operation Thunder, not even a week has passed. Even if Chin Mo is very talented and progresses very fast, how strong can he be? Shazzu was very firm in his guess. However, the words he heard next undoubtedly poured a basin of cold water on his head. Shazan looked a little hesitant, and said slowly, "General, there were no other S-level awakened people present at the scene except Chin Mo, and the wound on Liang Bai's body. Obviously, the Shah clan of Jialing had a son in Luoyang district, who witnessed what happened just now. Although Anzi didn't see what happened in the tavern, when Chin Mo and the others left and the corpse was dragged out, he still glanced at it." After listening to what he said, Shazzu fell silent. He turned his back to Shazan, staring at the dark night, his eyes kept changing. After a long time, he spoke again, and said calmly, "You mean, Chin Mo instantly killed a first-rank S rank?" Looking at the current situation, it is indeed the case. It seems that when he played against the Examen Tigers, he also concealed part of his strength, which is interesting. Shazzu said so. He still didn't feel that Chin Mo had made a great leap in strength in just a few days. "You know, this is S rank, not a low rank like FTA, how difficult is it to improve your strength? How big is the gap between each level? Just relying on him is a pariah who got lucky." Hee. A cold light flashed deep in Shazzu's eyes, and he said lightly, "The things that shouldn't appear, have you cleaned them up?" "General, please don't worry, I have eliminated all traces on the way here, and the Security Bureau will never find us." Shazan smiled. In this respect, he is extremely sophisticated. After coming to the imperial capital for so many years, although Shazan has always kept a low profile and basically has no sense of presence, this does not mean that he has no achievements. In many cases, the tigers that are often dormant have the sharpest teeth. Do you need to send someone to cause some trouble for the Security Bureau? To prevent them from continuing to investigate? Shazan asked respectfully. "You can do these things as you see fit. Don't make too much noise, and don't delay the next major event." Shazzu waved his hand, closed his eyelids again, and his breathing became extremely slow and long again. Seeing this, Shazan immediately understood. He bowed slightly, bowed his head and saluted, then retreated lightly and slowly without making a sound. It wasn't until after leaving the room that Shazan raised his head and straightened his back. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes were obscure. It seems that Shazan is thinking in his heart, who should be sent to be just right, and will not affect the Jialing Shah clan's further progress. Even Liang Bai died in Chin Mo's hands, so the first level is obviously not good enough. As for those below S rank, unless they are spiritual awakeners, it's even more nonsense. But, how can there be a spiritual department? After an hour. Security Bureau, 9th floor. Chin Mo opened his arms and stretched, looking sleepy. With his exuberant vitality and mental strength now, he certainly didn't really feel tired. It's just because of being forced to work overtime late at night, it's just a habit, and this habit has to be studied from the previous life. Chin Mo can say that he hates working overtime. This Tiandaway won't stop even after death. He cursed in a low voice. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Li Yuan pushed the door open, with an unhappy expression on his face. Seeing this, Chin Mo frowned slightly, got up and asked, "Team leader, how is the situation?" Li Yuan shook his head and said, "The technical department has already done recovery processing, but it failed. Someone destroyed the call records before we did." Failed. Chin Mo frowned even tighter, and kept thinking in his heart. The call was not found, and the bartender had become an idiot, which meant that the clues he extended here were cut off. How many people in Dokkan can do this? Chin Mo asked suddenly. Hearing this, Li Yuan was slightly taken aback, and then said, "You mean, start from the aspect of Information Security Authority?" Chin Mo nodded, and replied, "That's right, not everyone can do such a response in such a short period of time, and this can further narrow the scope. In addition, the identity of the S level also needs to be followed up simultaneously, which is also a clue." Quote, "I've already talked to my father on the phone, and he sent the photo of that person back to Qingyang County. I think there will be results tomorrow." Li Yuan replied. Chin Mo hummed, and then said, "It's getting late today, everyone has been busy all night, so let's go here first, and have a good rest when we go back." Good. After finishing speaking, Li Yuan turned around and left immediately. But she just took 2 steps, as if she thought of something. She suddenly turned to Chin Mo and said, "You don't need to call me the team leader from now on, just call me by my name." Hearing this, Chin Mo was slightly startled, his eyes moved slightly, then, "Let's do it." Good. Li Yuan nodded slightly, she did not stop this time. Seeing her leaving back, Chin Mo smiled and shook his head. Then he went to the window, opened it, and flew outside. Immediately afterwards, with a thought, Chin Mo broke out at the limit speed and disappeared here in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, he returned to Guanghong Street and stood at the door of his house. After being able to fly, it is convenient. In the past, Chin Mo relied on his own legs to move at high speed, which was a more thought-consuming task. Because the terrain of the imperial capital is very complicated, there are many buildings and pedestrians on the street. Chin Mo had to rely on extremely powerful eyesight and a very sensitive brain response to dodge these obstacles. Otherwise, it will cause tragedy if you are not careful. For a person who can move at supersonic speed and has a body of steel, one can imagine how terrifying his momentum is. If you bump into someone, then just crashed. It is different to be able to soar in the sky now. After taking out the key to open the door, Chin Mo stepped inside, first changed into a pair of slippers at the door, and then went straight to the bathroom. The sound of rushing water sounded, and then disappeared quickly. Chin Mo took a shower and dried himself off. Instead of going out immediately, he stood in front of the mirror and picked up the transparent mask that was as thin as a cicada's wing. After staring briefly, Chin Mo slowly put it on his face. It's cold and slippery, like applying a mask. Chin Mo looked at the reflected face, which was still his own appearance. However, with his microscopic vision as high as 107, he couldn't see the traces of the fit between the mask and his cheek at all. Then, with a thought in Chin Mo's mind, the face in the mirror changed quickly, turning into an extremely strange face, which looked indistinguishable from the real one. If you put it that way. He suddenly thought of something, quickly recalled his memory, recalled Li Mo's appearance, and kept modifying the details of the mask. Half a minute later, Li Mo's appearance was reflected in the mirror, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned up, revealing a faint smile. This is a 100% real face change, but only Chin Mo can do all the details exactly. With the continuous increase of light energy points to intelligence, the effect of photographic memory has become more and more powerful, and it is not such a terrifying memory for other people. Chin Mo changed a few more familiar faces, such as Chu Tianzhao, Li Changfeng, Li Yuan, etc., all of which were the same. This relic of the Holy Spirit can exert a good effect under certain special circumstances. He murmured in a low voice, then took off his mask and threw it on the towel rack next to the mirror. It's a pity. You can only change your face, not your body shape. There are still too many restrictions. Afterwards, Chin Mo checked his phone on the sofa, and went back to the bedroom to sleep as usual. He has always been a very disciplined person. In this way, I fell asleep until 6 o'clock the next day. Chin Mo got up on time, ran and basked in the sun to go to work in the security bureau. Naturally, in the morning, he was still fishing at high speed. At noon, Chin Mo went to have a meal with Su Yin, and he didn't come back until after 3 o'clock. Not long after he sat in the office, Li Yuan and Chu Tianzhao came together. Looking at Chin Mo, who sat under the sun and didn't mind basking in the slightest, both of them felt a little doubtful in their hearts, but they quickly put it behind them and didn't care about these details. There are already results from Qingyang County. This is all the information that the S-level awakened person can find so far last night. Li Yuan handed over a document. Qin Mo took the hand, glanced at it a few times, his eyes flickered, and his brows frowned. Liang Bai, Yunjiang County, a free man. Was an A-level awakener 3 years ago. This is very wrong. Normally speaking, in order to be promoted from A to S rank, in addition to having a certain amount of talent, it also takes a lot of time. How can 3 years be so fast? Among them, something must have happened. Just as Qin Mo was about to ask, Li Yuan said directly, Qingyang County is still conducting more in-depth investigations in the past 3 years. This is the same trick as the 2A-level awakened people from the Tiandaway that you killed a while ago. The news came back that the investigation has made preliminary progress. But it will take some time before we know the truth. Father asks you to wait patiently. Quote. She briefly told Qin Mo what Li Mo had arranged for her not long ago. There are many common doubts on both sides. Well, since this is the case, we can only wait. Qin Mo nodded slightly. In this respect, Li Shi of Qingyang is definitely better than him. After all, it is an ancient family that has lasted for thousands of years, and its power is extremely huge. As soon as his words fell to the ground, Chu Tianzhao on the side suddenly said, Zhenbei Chu's side can also send some people, if you need it. Hearing this, Qin Mo raised his head with a surprised expression. Meeting his gaze, Chu Tianzhao nodded and said, This is what my father told me last night. Was it the meaning of the patriarch of the Chu family? Qin Mo became more and more surprised, but he still shook his head and replied, Forget it for now, don't bother Zhenbei Chu, thank uncle for my kindness. It doesn't matter, whenever you need it, you can do it. Chu Tianzhao replied. Afterwards, after the two of them told Qin Mo about these matters, they were ready to continue with their own affairs. Qin Mo stopped Chu Tianzhao at this time, and said, By the way, don't leave after get off work, wait for me to have a meal together, and I have something to ask you by the way. Oh, fine, Chu Tianzhao replied. Immediately afterwards, Qin Mo was the only one left in the huge office. He habitually put his hands behind his head, leaned lazily on the chair, and absorbed the sunlight coming in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. This continued until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the warm current flashed by, and Qin Mo opened the genetic awakening panel. Light energy points. 27, freely assignable. Today's temperature is obviously higher than the previous few days. Qin Mo did not hesitate, and according to the recent practice, directly added 3 points to each attribute. For the remaining 3 points, he added intelligence, strength, and defense respectively. The warm current quickly dissipated to the whole body, and at the same time, a piece of information quickly appeared in his mind. Defense. 106, skill, Man of Steel, elemental immunity enhancement. Due to physical reasons, the update has not been very effective recently. After thinking about it, it should be that my luck is not strong enough, so I can only sacrifice a very good work to the great code word God again. This is Miss Vera's new book. I think many friends should be familiar with her. The beautiful voice and sweet writing are good, and the luck must be very strong. Call. Feeling the all-round enhancement of the sun's energy on the inside and outside of the body, Qin Mo's mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile. His skin, tendons, bones, organs, and even hair have all been strengthened to a higher level, becoming tougher and able to resist more injuries. At the same time, the cells in Qin Mo's body are still undergoing certain changes through some unknown principle, which makes him highly immune resistant to various elements. Qin Mo himself doesn't know the specific resistance, mainly because he hasn't encountered an S-level elemental awakener yet. Moreover, his current attack strength is too strong. The opponent is usually pressed and beaten from the beginning to the end. Even if he counterattacks, it will only be 1 or 2 hits, and he will not be able to test the limit of defense. But one thing is certain, Qin Mo's steel body is far better than that of a demigod. These two are not of the same order of magnitude, which has been explained in detail before, so I won't say more here. In short, after this strengthening, the Man of Steel has changed from Tier 3 to Tier 4. The warm current subsided quickly and was hidden in the body again. Qin Mo slowly clenched his fists, only to feel that not only his 5 fingers, but every cell in his body was full of energy. Now, I'm afraid I can easily kill someone. He murmured softly. ... The clock turned rapidly, and the time soon came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Chin Mo and Chu Tianzhao had just left the barbecue stall, and came to that familiar clubhouse. It's hard for someone to refuse happy health care. The two were naked, soaking in the steaming pool, with their eyes closed, enjoying the comfort of the rising heat. I said, I have to treat you today, Chin Mo said lazily. Hearing this, Chu Tianzhao opened his eyes, glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and asked, is it possible that you are still short of money now? It's time to save, it's time to spend money, life is about being diligent and thrifty in housekeeping. Chu Tianzhao. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, it would be hard for him to imagine that such words came from the mouth of a 23-year-old S-rank awakener with terrifying potential and unlimited prospects. Sometimes I really don't know what you're thinking. Chu Tianzhao shook his head. Hearing this, Chin Mo didn't explain, but just smiled. I also don't understand what your father is thinking. After all, you are the eldest son of the Northern Chu family in Tangtang Town, and your talent is not bad. Why bother to come to the security bureau to work so hard? This is an investment. When my father told me about it, I was also surprised. He explained to me that he was investing in your potential. Chu Tianzhao replied. Is that why uncle likes me so much? Chu Tianzhao nodded, and continued. My father's strength may not be the highest in the Zhenbei Chu family, but his vision must be the best. As long as you are here, the Qingyang Li family will surely soar for 9 days in the near future. He does not have Li Mo's luck and cannot take the lead, so he can only choose to invest while it is still early. This is his original words. Quote, Chin Mo's thoughts moved slightly, and he nodded secretly. Chu Shang is indeed a very courageous person. And what Chu Tianzhao said just now also proved that his previous guess was indeed correct and there was nothing wrong. If you have time, you can come to our house and have a casual meal. Chu Tianzhao suddenly continued. Is this what uncle meant? Chin Mo raised his eyebrows and looked sideways at him. Chu Tianzhao's eyes flickered a few times, and he opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed heavily, nodded and said. Well, this is what my father asked me to do, but I don't want our friendship to be mixed with other things. If you don't want to go, you can refuse, he said quickly. Seeing this, Chin Mo smiled, reached out and patted his shoulder, and replied. Don't worry, you can go anytime. Anyway, I have a lot of time. Since we are friends, it's okay to have a meal as a guest. Thanks. Friends don't need to say that. Chin Mo waved his hand, then narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked slowly. By the way, have you stayed at the border for so long, do you know much about Shazhu? This is what he really wanted to ask tonight, and now he finally got to the point. Chu Tianzhao knew about the quarrel between Shazhu and Chin Mo. He heard Chu Shang talk about what happened in the council that day, and knew that he should belong to Chin Mo's champion, but Shazhu stepped in him. He had to be sealed as a Marquis of Guanay. Therefore, when Chu Tianzhao heard him ask this question, he immediately raised his mind. He didn't answer right away, but after pondering for a while, he said, Shazhu is a very powerful but very scheming person. In the past few years, although he was guarding the border, he appeared very few times. However, in the several small-scale conflicts between Dakan and Qi, he was behind all of them. Quote, hiss. Chin Mo narrowed his eyes even tighter, his brain was spinning rapidly, and he said slowly, you mean, he is deliberately provoking some disputes? That's right, the S-class fall incident that happened not long ago actually has Shazhu's shadow. Chu Tianzhao replied, of course he didn't see these things, they were discovered by other members of the Zhenbei Chu family at the border. After he finished speaking, Chin Mo fell into thought. Why did Shazhu do this? Although judging from the results, the fall of a powerful awakened person in Qi state is naturally beneficial to Dakan. But if Shazhu did it on purpose, then there is something wrong with his motive. Who can guarantee that the situation will not escalate into an all-out war? It doesn't matter if it's a small fight, a few B-level or A-level deaths. But an S-level awakened person died all at once, and he was still an 8th-level person, and the severity has risen by dozens of levels. But Shazhu did it anyway. Why on earth did he dare to do this? Chin Mo asked secretly in his heart, he was extremely puzzled now. However, Since Chu Tianzhao knew about these things, the 5,000-year-old family would have known about it a long time ago, and they must have thought of this. What is hidden behind this and what is involved? Let them investigate first. Qin Mo shook his head and didn't think any more. The reason why he came to ask Chu Tianzhao tonight was because Sha Zhu had a big feud with him, and they would meet sooner or later. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. It is very important to know your opponent better. But on the other hand, it is also because of the big boss Xman who will die in Tiandi. Qin Mo always felt that there must be a problem at the border. Afterwards, the two stayed in the clubhouse for more than an hour before going home. So, nothing to say all night. The next afternoon. The investigation on Liang Bai in Qingyang County has not yet come to fruition, so there is nothing to do during the day, and Qin Mo has been happily fishing. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the familiar warm current appeared, and he opened the genetic awakening panel. Light energy points, 26 freely assignable. As usual, 3 points are assigned to each of the 8 attributes, and the remaining 2 points are allocated to breathing and recovery. The warm current spreads rapidly throughout the body. Strength, 111, Skill Superpower Enhancement. The strength has been strengthened again. Qin Mo has already reached the 3rd level of superpower before, and now his strength is the same as that of the Man of Steel, strengthened to the 4th level of superpower. This means that his basic strength and limit strength will continue to double on the original basis. Real multiplication, simple and brutal. Qin Mo clearly remembered that last time he caused a small earthquake with one punch, and when he bombarded Xman Tiger, it was only a short distance from breaking his demigod body. Now, with doubled power, it is possible to kill it easily without using thermal vision. To the current Qin Mo, the first level of an S-level awakener is not much different from an A-level awakener, and it's all about instant kills. After reaching the level of S-level, it is extremely difficult to promote each level, and the gap is also very big. I don't know if I am stronger or weaker than the 2nd level now. Qin Mo murmured to himself, his eyes filled with smiles. His strength is growing every day, and if it continues at this rate, it won't be long before he can rival the Heavenly King. You know, Qin Mo didn't talk about the so-called threshold. And comparable to the Heavenly King, it is enough to beat Sha Zhu. When that time comes, it's time to have revenge and revenge. Hee. The smile in Qin Mo's pupils gradually disappeared, and then he flew out of the security bureau building along the window, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After more than a second, he was already standing at the door of the house, took out the key from his trouser pocket, and unlocked the door to enter the house. And the moment Qin Mo stepped into the door, an unremarkable white car suddenly drove into Guanghong Street. The car wasn't driving fast, only about 20 kilometers per hour, and it was driving slowly towards the other end of the street, as if it was just passing by. However, when the car passed Qin Mo's house, the window slowly rolled down, and a young man with flowing bangs turned his head to look at the house. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a very weird smile. After driving away from here, the man just looked away. However, Qin Mo didn't know this at this time. He had already walked into the kitchen, ready to cook dinner. I didn't make an appointment with the beautiful woman tonight, and I didn't have any arrangements. Therefore, there was nothing to say all night. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Qin Mo opened the Gene Awakening panel on time, and saw that in the bottom column, a full 28 light energy points had been accumulated for him to freely distribute. The midsummer in the imperial capital is really good, Qin Mo said with emotion. In the past few days, the sun has become more and more venomous, and the temperature during the day is also getting higher day by day. The rest of the people are complaining, only Qin Mo has a smile on his face. In this hot weather, it is best to come more. Anyway, he goes to work very easily, fishing is a joy, as long as he works hard to bask in the sun every day, lying in the office can improve his strength. It is difficult for anyone to refuse such a comfortable life. Looking at the various attributes, Qin Mo still added 3 points to each of the 8 attributes according to the recently adjusted distribution plan. For the remaining 4 points, he thought about it a bit, and decided to take care of the old 4 points, adding a little to vision, strength, speed and defense. Soon, the whole body was filled with warmth. Listening. 109. The skill is super listening. The information appeared suddenly, and then disappeared quickly. Chin Mo only felt that his ears seemed to be hot, and the temperature was extremely high, comparable to boiling water. This high temperature lasted for more than 2 minutes before subsiding with the warmth of the whole body. At this moment, all kinds of subtle sounds in the office poured into his ears, extremely clear. It's like a person who has been deaf for many years suddenly cured his chronic illness one day. Chin Mo couldn't help but grinned and smiled. Immediately afterwards, his mind moved a little, and he fully developed his hearing, intending to test the limit range after strengthening. After a few seconds, Chin Mo covered 100 miles around, breaking through the original limit. The range is still extending, 130 miles, 150 miles, 170 miles, until 200 miles. Compared with before, it has almost doubled. In short, Chin Mo's hearing has now doubled, which means that the entire imperial capital is within his hearing coverage. Of course, the amount of information that needs to be processed also increases geometrically, which consumes a lot of computing power. However, fortunately, Chin Mo's intelligence is as high as 110 points now, and he also has the skill of thinking like a fountain, which can increase the amount of calculation of the super brain in a short time. Countless complex voices poured in from all directions. Chin Mo closed his eyes and frowned slightly. His brain was like a sophisticated computer, delineating and analyzing various information in an orderly manner. Still like before, he first eliminated some messy and useless voices one by one, leaving only the voices of people. Baiyun District, Luoyuan District, Lingyun District, Shengyun District, and even the Royal Restricted Area, a three-dimensional space view was gradually constructed in his brain. Although it is just some simple lines without any color filling, it is also very scary. Afterwards, Chin Mo also eliminated the sound caused by footsteps and movements, leaving only the voice of speech. Since the scope covered the entire imperial capital, Chin Mo would take the opportunity to eavesdrop on it to see if he would discover any little secrets. He first turned his attention to the restricted area of the royal family, which was the residence of the emperors of the Great Qin dynasty. It's a pity that after exploring for a few minutes, Chin Mo slowly shook his head, but he didn't hear anything useful. So, he turned his head to listen to Shengyun District again. This time, the focus was on the manor where the Jailing Shah clan was located, but who knew that it was quieter than the forbidden area of the royal family. Chin Mo didn't even hear Shah Zu's voice, so he couldn't help being speechless for a while, gave up the idea of exploring the secret, and casually received the complicated information from the other major regions. After determining the limit range and experiencing the changes after a wave of strengthening, he was ready to recover his hearing, and he didn't want to create so much burden on the brain. Maintaining such a large range all the time consumes a lot of energy for the brain. Chin Mo's intelligence is not high enough now, not to the point where he can do whatever he wants. However, just as he was gradually shrinking back, a certain voice from the Baiyun district caught his attention. Chin Mo moved his ears and frowned. Baiyun district, Qingmu Street. An inconspicuous white car parked in front of a barbecue restaurant. At the same time, in a secret private room on the second floor of the store, the young man with flowing bangs was sitting here impressively. Opposite him, there were two other people. However, the faces of these two people were not good-looking, and it was obvious that they were very worried. Qiao Yu was different. He picked up the chopsticks, took a piece of barbecue meat and put it in his mouth. After chewing it casually for a few times, he swallowed it whole. Then, he raised his head and looked at the two people on the opposite side, and asked, "You two are eating, what's the matter today? Why don't you think about food and tea?" Hearing this, the two looked at each other, and then one of them said bitterly, "Brother Qiao, how can we still be in the mood to eat? Yeah, I still don't know what to do with what the boss told me." Another person took over the conversation and said, he spread his hands, sighed, and continued, "I said that I wanted to do something for the Security Bureau to hinder their investigation, but I didn't allow any big disturbances. How to get in the way of this is going to be difficult. We both thought about it for a long time, but we still have no idea." Quote, "Sitting in this room are 2A levels and 1S level. The combined destructive power of the three of them is indeed quite terrifying. What's so difficult about it?" Qiao Yu put down his chopsticks, poured a large glass of white wine down his throat, and moistened his throat slightly. He shook his head habitually, flung his bangs coquettishly aside, and said casually, "You guys, it's just that you think this matter is too complicated. The simple ones are often the most effective. As long as Chinmo is killed, everything will be solved, right? And still once and for all." Quote. 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 The private room suddenly fell into silence, and the atmosphere was strange. The two of them looked at Chao Yu in a daze, not knowing what to say for a while. As long as, kill Chinmo, it will be fine. Is this normal logic? Besides, no matter what happened to Chinmo, he was still an S-rank awakener, so how could he put it in his mouth like a chicken raised in the backyard? Is this what you say you can kill? But the two didn't dare to question Chao Yu's strength. Besides, he was indeed a very powerful S-rank awakener. It took a long time for the two of them to suppress the shock in their hearts. The person who spoke earlier opened his mouth, and asked cautiously, "Brother Chao, if Chinmo is killed, wouldn't the noise be too loud? What are you afraid of?" Chao Yu didn't care at all. He raised the corner of his mouth and showed a sarcastic smile. "Let's not say that death is nothing. No matter how young Chinmo is, he is just a useless corpse after death. No one will stand up for a dead person. How big can the movement be? Besides, the boss only said not to make a big fuss when taking action. As long as I kill Chinmo quickly, there will be no problem." Quote. His eyes are extremely sharp, and his words have already revealed a strong self-confidence. Obviously, Chao Yu is fully sure of his own strength. Seeing this, the two shrank their necks angrily, and didn't say anything more. After all, they are just small characters in this operation, and Chao Yu is the real speaker. Since he was so confident, the two of them had to follow suit. "Then, what should I do specifically? That guy stays in the security bureau almost all day long. If he tries to break in," one of them thought about it. Before the words landed, Chao Yu gave him a blank look, as if looking at a fool. "Idiot, breaking into the security bureau is purely seeking death. Can you use your brains? Ambush, do you understand ambush?" He patted the table. Hearing this, the person who spoke quickly shut his mouth. "I already squatted yesterday. We just need to set up an ambush on Guanghong Street tomorrow evening. The moment Chinmo returns home is the best time to do it." Chao Yu squinted his eyes, licked the corners of his mouth, bloodthirsty and cruelty appeared in his pupils. Most people think that the safest place must be their own home. When the time comes, he will inevitably relax his vigilance subconsciously, then. "Hey, young peerless genius. Young master, what I like most in my life is to crush the throat of a genius." Quote. Thump. He slammed the barbecue fork into the middle of the baking pan, pierced directly below, swung from side to side, and hummed. Hiss. Chinmo gasped, and couldn't help admiring. What a plan. If he was in a barbecue restaurant, he would probably give Chao Yu a round of applause. I have to admit that what this guy said is quite reasonable. It's a pity that before the plan was officially implemented, the most serious leak had already occurred. Someone seems to be unconsciously turned into a clown. Chinmo shook his head and laughed dumbly. He stood by the window with his hands behind his back, watching the crimson sun gradually setting far away, his eyes flickering constantly. Tomorrow evening. While whispering softly, Chinmo's brain was spinning rapidly, analyzing and deducing at an extremely fast speed, and by the way, formulating a countermeasure. After a short thought, he slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Chinmo decided to prepare an extremely rich gift for Chao Yu and the others. Presumably this gift will make them very satisfied by then. Hindering the investigation of the security bureau, boss. It seems that this boss should be the person behind the scenes of Tiandaway. Chinmo whispered to himself, his body slowly suspended in the air. Dawn the next day. Chinmo still got up on time at 6 o'clock. The ambush plan that was tapped yesterday afternoon did not affect his mentality. A regular life cannot be changed just because of a few clowns. Enter the security bureau under the scorching sun, and then it is a happy fishing time. In the morning, Chinmo asked Li Yuan how the investigation was going these days. Because of the disconnection of the clues, the follow-up matters of the Tiandaway have temporarily stalled. There was no news from Qingyang Li's side. Obviously there was no major progress. Waiting is still the main theme of the next period of time. After asking these questions, Chinmo waited for the quiet arrival of evening with peace of mind. He was not panicked at all. At about 4 o'clock, I even had afternoon tea with Su Yin, and took a nap for a while. Until a familiar warm current surged in his chest, Chin Mo slowly opened his eyes, yawned, focused his gaze in front of his eyes, and unfolded the Gene Awakening panel. Light energy points. 27, freely assignable. As usual, add 3 points to each of the 8 attributes, and then add 1 point to hearing, breathing, and recovery. The warm current quickly spread throughout the body, and at the same time, a more powerful warm current surged up directly, rushing into the brain. Intelligence. 113, skill super brain, mental perception enhancement. Countless brain cells began to fill up with energy rapidly, further developing Chin Mo's brain, and the analysis, processing, deduction, etc. became more and more powerful. In short, the sophisticated computer instrument in his mind, this will be replaced by a more advanced version. Needless to say, the role that the super brain can play, Chin Mo didn't pay too much attention, and his attention was more on spiritual perception. This skill is quite important. With spiritual perception, it means being able to be on guard against the extremely mysterious and rare spiritual awakened. Chin Mo was able to discover number 9 last time because of this. And Li Chengqing also said a few days ago that behind the scenes of the Tiandawei there are even more powerful spiritual awakeners, which must be guarded against. Chin Mo moved his mind a little, released his spiritual perception, and everything in the office became extremely clear. He closed his eyes, measured the distance, and whispered softly. 30 meters, fully doubled compared to not long ago, not bad. Chin Mo smiled, and then put it away. He didn't perceive the changes in detail. After all, there are still a few people waiting for him. However, gift giving is all about being just right. At this point, neither too early nor too late, just right. Chin Mo turned his head and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, and saw that the second hand was pointing to 10. 10 seconds. There are still 10 seconds, exactly 5 o'clock. Baiyun District, Guanghong Street. The three of Chao Yu had already prepared a disguise, and scattered around Chin Mo's house. One of the A-level awakeners, he was coming from another street and heading towards the other side, walking very slowly, looking down at his mobile phone, as if he was dealing with some important work. But in fact, there is nothing on his phone. He didn't stop until he came to a street lamp that hadn't been turned on, and looked at the anti-theft door that was closed diagonally, intentionally or unintentionally. He is very nervous now, and even has cold sweat in his hands. After all, there will be a battle between the S ranks soon. It is hard not to panic in such a big scene. If it was possible, he wouldn't want to come at all, but unfortunately he didn't have a choice. Although he and the other A-level will not need to kill people later, they are responsible for preventing people who shouldn't come here from appearing here. He looked down at his phone and saw that it was 10 seconds before 5 o'clock. However, Chin Mo still did not appear. According to the news from the boss, this guy has been flying home recently. What kind of awakener is this? At this time, such a doubt suddenly popped up in his heart. Afterwards, the person moved his neck a few times, his eyes swept around, and then looked up to the sky. In today's imperial capital, the sun is high in the sky, and the sky is cloudless. Although it was evening, it was still empty, and there was nothing in midair. Etc. The man suddenly frowned, and a small black spot was reflected in his pupils. That is, for a moment, he didn't react. However, Chao Yu came to his senses. Sitting in the white car parked at the corner of the street, he looked through the front windshield at Chin Mo, who was flying towards this place at high speed, and his spirits lifted. Finally come. Chao Yu licked the corner of his mouth, habitually tossing his coquettish bangs aside. A dangerous aura gradually exuded from his body, a huge power was waking up from his body, and his bangs slowly turned green. 2 triangular steel thorns quietly appeared in his hands, shining with a dark and frightening cold light. This is a relic of the Holy Spirit that was precipitated after the fall of the awakened person of the second-order mimic system. Chao Yu was already ready to go. His sharp eyes were fixed on the little black spot in midair, just waiting for the moment when he landed and opened the door. However, he suddenly felt something was wrong. I saw that the speed of the little black spot was getting faster and faster, and it turned into a black shadow in just 3 seconds, which was almost impossible to catch. Obviously, Chin Mo is accelerating. But we are almost home, who the hell will speed up? Besides, his landing point. Not good. This thought suddenly flashed across Chow Yu's heart, but he didn't have time to react at all. 28 times the terrifying speed, this is really too fast. Boom. A loud noise suddenly sounded. Dozens of pieces of minced meat and bones, together with scarlet blood, flew from the streetlight to the front windshield of the car in an instant. The huge momentum brought by the high speed directly pierced through the glass, and shot all of Chow Yu's demigod body, as if giving him a bath. The demigod's body has a strong defense, so he didn't suffer substantial damage. But this is a great humiliation. Chow Yu slowly opened his eyes, his breathing became rapid, and his anger rushed straight to his forehead. Boom. The elemental field erupted, and the car was torn apart. I saw that Chow Yu's head, face, and upper body were all covered with blood, as if he was a bloody man. Where is the light green color in his fringe? Chin Mo slowly withdrew his kicked foot. Instead of looking at Chow Yu, he glanced sideways at the phone that fell to the ground. Neither early nor late, exactly 5 o'clock. This gift came at the right time. He directly kicked that unlucky guy, and gave Chow Yu a full-body spa with the blood of an A-level. Judging from Chow Yu's current expression, he was indeed extremely satisfied with this gift. Hey! Chow Yu suddenly let out a roar like a beast, and then took a step with his right foot. A green grass appeared under his feet, and disappeared in place in an instant. 30 meters, the distance between the two is only 30 meters, which is close at hand for S-class. Rich greenery has filled his pupils, like two emeralds. Dozens of vines quickly protruded from the cuff, wrapping around the two triangular steel thorns in his hand. The wood element awakener of the second level, plus the relic of the Holy Spirit of the second level, this is Chow Yu's confidence. He is confident that the next blow full of anger can severely injure Chin Mo. Everything happened between lightning and flint. In the next moment. Ding! The crisp sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. Chow Yu's figure reappeared, and he was already in front of Chin Mo, and the three-edged steel thorn he handed out with both hands had already pierced Chin Mo's chest, piercing his clothes. However, it only pierced his clothes, that's all. This relic of the Holy Spirit did not cause any damage to Chin Mo at all, not even piercing his skin. His own wood element didn't play any role, as if Chin Mo was directly immune. Chow Yu was startled. He had envisioned many possibilities, but he never imagined that this unbelievable scene would appear. Is the body of the second-order demigod so strong? Chow Yu was extremely puzzled. And at this moment, Chin Mo, who was standing opposite him, suddenly said, "It's nothing." When the words fell to the ground, he blew out the extremely cold air compressed by the super lungs against the triangular steel thorns. Click and wipe. One by one ice crystals quickly spread towards Chow Yu's body along the tip of the steel thorn. The ice froze the vines and wrapped Chow Yu's hands. The fingers, arms, shoulders, and body were all covered with a layer of frost almost instantly. Of course, it was impossible to freeze Chow Yu to death directly. Although Chin Mo's breathing has reached 110 points, it is still a bit unrealistic to kill AS rank just by relying on this. However, Chin Mo didn't think so at first. Click, wipe. There was a slight crisp sound in his ears, and dozens of cracks spread out on the ice covering Chow Yu's body, like broken spider webs. His eyes hidden behind the ice kept changing, and his whole body exerted strength together, as if in the next second he would shatter the ice, break free, and fight back. It's a pity that when Chow Yu was making a move, Chin Mo, who was standing opposite, was also making a move. Moreover, he is obviously faster than Chow Yu. More fierce. Chin Mo's feet were off the ground, his body was hanging in the air, he stretched out his left hand, his elbow was stretched back, and his 5 fingers were clenched into a fist. Boom. The next moment, Chin Mo punched out, and the powerful super power directly blasted the frozen triangular steel thorns into a pile of broken garbage. And, together with Chow Yu's hands and arms, they interrupted together. Ah! The shrill screams resounded throughout Guanghong Street, and the severe pain flooded his thoughts like a tide. At the first contact, both arms were cut off. Chow Yu's demigod body didn't exert its due effect at all, and was broken the moment it collided with Chin Mo's fist. Chin Mo's current strength is really too strong. And this is the terrifying power of superpower level 4. The battle was not over yet. At the moment Chin Mo punched, 2 small red dots suddenly appeared in the center of his pupils. Boom! Chao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, his spine bulged backwards, and then his feet left the ground. It turned out that Qin Mo suddenly exploded with extreme speed, and an uppercut punched Chao Yu, who was covered in blood, into the sky. Immediately afterwards, he flew up and instantly appeared at a higher place than him. The red dots in his eyes turned into red lights, quickly filling his entire pupils. At this moment, time seems to stand still. Chi chi chi. Two high-temperature rays shot out, breaking the frozen time, and directly penetrated Chao Yu's chest. Above the clear sky, two brilliant rays of light suddenly appeared, playing the last note of death. Chao Yu stared blankly at the endless sky, his eyes gradually lost their luster, and his breath slipped rapidly. He is a wood element awakener with a strong vitality, but this has not brought him any capital to continue to live at all. The battle between the two was very short, from the beginning to the end, it didn't add up to 10 seconds. An S-level second-level elemental awakener died just like that. When the body loses all support, it becomes a rootless duckweed. Chao Yu, who died in midair, started a free fall movement, falling towards the ground at high speed. Qin Mo stood in the air, lowered his head slightly, and stared at his corpse expressionlessly, with indifferent eyes. He will never be merciful to this kind of person who wants to kill him. At the same time, in a certain alley on the ground, there was another person watching Chao Yu's fall. He stared at his eyes, opened his mouth unconsciously, his throat rolled, and his face was full of shock. He was the only A rank left among the three. It was hard for him to accept what was happening in front of him. This is dead. After all, Chao Yu is an S-level awakener, but at this moment he looks no different from a chicken raised by Qin Mo. He would kill if he wanted to, and Chao Yu would die if he said so. The two sides are not of the same magnitude at all. Recalling the rhetoric that a few people put down in the barbecue restaurant yesterday, it is simply the biggest joke in history. Huge panic filled his heart at an unimaginable speed. Next second, he pulled up his legs and turned to run. Just kidding, even Chao Yu is dead, what can he do? Staying here is nothing more than giving away food for nothing. In this situation, a fool would not run away. But what he didn't expect was that just as he turned around, a thin figure suddenly appeared in the alley that was supposed to be empty. With his hands behind his back, Qin Mo appeared behind him at some point, squinting his eyes and looking at him with a smile on his face. "Are you wanting to run?" he asked with a smile. No, the A-level was talking nonsense, his face changed drastically, and his brain seemed to be down for a short time. However, before he restarted his brain, a burst of extremely cold air suddenly hit in front of him. The thick ice, as white as frost and snow, spread all over his body in an instant. A few seconds later, a lifelike living ice sculpture appeared in the alley. Although Qin Mo can't freeze the second level of S level, it's easy to freeze A level. However, this person was not directly frozen to death. He has another use, and it will be used for Li Chengqing to read the memory in the near future, so as to find more clues. This is what Qin Mo deliberately left alive. In fact, judging from the level of strength, Chao Yu must know the most things. It's a pity that Li Chengqing's rank is too different from his, and the memory cannot be read. Therefore, Qin Mo simply killed him directly, and it was over. At this moment, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly sounded not far away. Boom! Qin Mo raised his head and looked out, only to see that Chao Yu's body had just fallen down at this moment, making a deep hole on the ground. Tisk! He shook his head, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and dialed Li Yuan's number. What happened in Guanghong Street still needs to be dealt with in detail by the Security Bureau, and the surrounding neighbors need to be appeased and silenced. Professional matters must be left to professionals. After a brief conversation, Qin Mo hung up the phone, let out a long breath, and smiled. Chao Yu's death gave him a clear understanding of his current strength. In terms of strength, speed, and defense, he almost crushed the second level in all directions. Especially elemental immunity, it really gave Qin Mo a big surprise. Chao Yu's wood element had no effect on him at all. Thinking of this, the smile on the corner of Qin Mo's mouth became more intense. Then, he dodged and appeared in the deep pit, bent down and picked up the green ring lying quietly next to the corpse. This is the crystallization of wood elements precipitated after Chao Yu's death. The ring is extremely smooth to the touch and feels cool to the touch. The size can be changed according to one's wish. I saw Chin Mo's thoughts moved slightly, and the green ring flickered and turned into a bracelet, which looked like emerald. Afterwards, the bracelet suddenly emitted an extremely rich green light, the wood elements in the air became agitated, and several vines emanated from the bracelet, growing on their own. The tips of the vines are extremely sharp, and can easily kill awakened people below S rank. Moreover, the vine itself is also extremely tough, intertwined, can form a short-term shield, and it is not a problem to resist several attacks of the first and second ranks of S rank. Obviously, this is a crystallization of elements with both offense and defense, and its attributes are relatively balanced. Chin Mo smiled slightly. This is already his trophy. After putting away the ring, after waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Li Yuan arrived quickly with the people from the security office. Guanghong Street was directly blocked, and members of each group entered the homes of nearby residents in batches. Li Yuan and the others came to the front of the deep pit together, silently looking at Chao Yu's body. The corners of their mouths twitched a few times. There is one thing to say, although it was said that another S rank died, they were not much shocked, and they were used to it. It's really normal for this kind of thing to happen to Chin Mo. That guy is a monster, and he can't be regarded with common sense at all. Leave a few people here to deal with the aftermath, and the rest will take the ice sculpture back to the security bureau first. Cheng, I have to trouble you to work overtime, Chin Mo said with a smile behind his back. Hearing this, Li Chengqing nodded, and replied, it's okay, this is my job. Ever since, half an hour later. Security Bureau, first basement. Chin Mo sat behind the table, quietly looking in front of him. The A-level has now thawed, and is kneeling in front of Li Chengqing, showing pain on his face. About 20 minutes later, he fell limply to the ground and fell into a coma. Li Chengqing slowly withdrew his hand. His face was exhausted, he had expended a lot of energy. Then, he turned to look at Chin Mo, and said, these people, like Liang Bai before, are all free men from various counties. They received the news 2 days ago and entered the imperial capital. Is there any information about that boss? Chin Mo asked with a frown. Only a few words, not too many. Li Chengqing said slowly. They don't know the specific identity of the boss, and they have never met the boss. They only know that he is an extremely powerful awakened person. For a long time, several people have been in contact through a person called the Big Housekeeper. However, the chief steward, Shenlong, is also very mysterious. He only takes the initiative to contact them when arranging tasks, but they cannot contact the chief steward in turn. Quote. Single line, such a strong secrecy work. Chin Mo murmured in a low voice, and then asked, then, do you know why they want to work for that boss? Hearing this, Li Chengqing shook his head and replied, I don't know, according to the memory I can read, they started working for that boss at least 2 years ago. However, several people have never been paid, and there is no return. It seems that this is a part of the contract. Quote. Contract. Yes, each of them signed a secret contract 2 years ago, but I don't know the specific content of the contract and what it involves. Li Chengqing replied. Hiss. Chin Mo inhaled slightly, frowning more and more tightly. Freeman, contract, Tiandaway, boss. These things are connected, and he seems to see a huge monster hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. Chin Mo's super brain was running rapidly, analyzing and processing information, and at the same time he asked. Chengqing, can you read the memory from 3 years ago? No, my strength is not high enough, I can't see that far. 2 years is my current limit, and... Li Chengqing paused, and said solemnly, his memory has been tampered with by other spiritual awakened people. Even if I can investigate 3 years ago, the moment I come into contact with it, it will trigger the imprint arranged in advance. At that time, if this person is lucky, he will become an idiot. If he is unlucky, it is not impossible to die on the spot. Quote. There is also an unknown and powerful spiritual awakener behind the Tiandaway, as I said earlier. Chin Mo squinted his eyes, feeling that things were getting more and more difficult. But now he wants to follow the vine. Obviously it won't work, not to mention it will take a long time, and there is a high probability that he will get nothing in the end. At present, Chin Mo can only wait for the investigation results from the Li family in Qingyang. However, The more people died at his hands, the easier it would be for the Li family to investigate. This is a very simple reason. Every additional data point, you can see the whole picture of the whole data faster. I don't know what's going on with my brother. Qin Mo thought so. He planned to go to Li's manor tomorrow. The two happened to have not seen each other for several days. The late night in the imperial capital is not cold. The occasional evening wind that blows seems to carry the high temperature of the day, which makes people want to scold their mothers. However, Shazan's face is very cold now, and he has scolded that idiot Chao Yu 180 times in his heart. It was already 7 o'clock at night when he heard the news. A full hour and a half passed. Fortunately, Chao Yu's identity and background were kept clean, and Sha's name could not be found, otherwise, it would be troublesome. What a complete idiot! Shazan squinted his eyes, revealing an extremely dangerous look, and couldn't help but curse again. Tonight, not only Qin Mo's strength surprised him, but Chao Yu also gave him a big surprise. He never expected that those three idiots would choose to set up an ambush at Qin Mo's door. Is this the so-called doing something to hinder the investigation? Shazan called these three people in, with the intention of slowly making some small moves behind the scenes, just to divert the attention of the Security Bureau. But who would have thought? Crunching. The armrest of the mahogany chair was pinched off by him, showing that he was not at peace. Shazan shook his hands irritably, threw away the sawdust in his hands, got up and paced back and forth in the room. He frowned, his expression kept changing, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. After a long time, Shazan suddenly stopped and sighed heavily. Afterwards, he got up and headed towards the second floor of the castle. A few minutes later, Shazan was already standing beside Shazu, bent slightly, and said in a respectful low voice. The general thing is like this. I am responsible for this matter. It is the fault of my subordinates. Please punish the general. After all, he actually knelt on the ground on one knee. This small detail is enough to show Shiazu's absolute status in jailing Sha clan. Get up. Shazu slowly opened his eyes, staring at the dark night sky lightly. He was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, "You are not to blame for what happened tonight, Chao Yu's thoughts. In fact, there is nothing wrong with it, it's just that he wrongly underestimated Qin Mo's strength. 23 years old, able to kill the second level easily, it seems that this talent is the son of Qingyang Li's generation who has painstakingly cultivated." Quote. Hearing this, Shazan frowned, raised his head suddenly, and his eyes changed rapidly. "General, what do you mean? Qin Mo's surname is not Qin, but Li." Hiss. But I have carefully checked the 3 generations of his ancestors. Did he belong to a 1,000-year-old family? Shazan frowned. But just when he was halfway through, Shazu interrupted him and said lightly, "It's just a few fake documents and a fake background. For the Qingyang Li family, it couldn't be easier. Obviously, he still doesn't feel that Qin Mo's current strength depends on himself. How could this be possible without the support of various resources from a 1,000-year-old family? Ha, genius, just a way to fool the world." Shazu raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Afterwards, he opened his mouth and said, "Leave Qin Mo here for the time being, but it's only a second level, and it won't cause any trouble. Although he is young, his talent seems to be very high, but this is precisely his most deadly part. If he wants to grow up slowly, he must have this time, this luck, and this fate. 10 years later, when he touches the threshold of the King of Heaven, the general situation of the world has long changed, so don't worry about it." Quote. Shazu's eyes became sharper, and the depths of his eyes seemed to reflect a grand picture that could sweep the world. As far as the eye can see, it is the world. The current Qin Mo, of course, would not be taken seriously by him. Even if it is the second level, it is the same. Go and urge the Council of Elders to make adequate preparations as soon as possible. It won't be too long at the border. Shazu frowned. Yes, Shazan said in a deep voice. The next day. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li's manor, in the study. Qin Mo and Li Mo sat opposite each other, with the familiar chessboard in front of them. After he went out at 6:30 in the morning, he ran all the way to bask in the sun and came here. The current Qin Mo is different from before. As the deputy director of the Security Bureau, he is very free to go to work or not. Anyway, only Li Mo is older than him in the security bureau, but Li Mo didn't take it with him himself. You boy, how did you do it? I just killed a first level a few days ago, and killed a second level yesterday. I have never seen such a terrifying growth rate. Quote. Li Mo looked at Qin Mo with a strange expression, and his scrutinizing eyes wanted to pierce his heart directly to see what kind of structure was inside. When it's below S rank, it doesn't matter if it grows faster. But now at this stage, there is a huge gap between one rank and one threshold, but Qin Mo can be promoted so quickly. This is really unreasonable, he seems to have no bottleneck at all. How powerful is this gene? Li Mo really couldn't imagine it. Facing his question, Qin Mo just smiled and did not explain. Instead of answering, he asked, Brother, has the investigation by the Presbyterian Church not yet come to fruition? After all, it is a 1,000-year-old world, and this speed seems a bit slow. Hearing this, Li Mo glared at him, and said loudly, You are omnipotent when you are a 1,000-year-old family. Besides, it's only been investigated for less than half a month. Ahem. Qin Mo rubbed his nose angrily. Seeing his appearance, Li Mo couldn't help snorting coldly, and then slowly said, Don't worry, it will take another 3 to 5 days at most, and there will be great progress. The Presbyterian Church sent out a large number of disciples and conducted a detailed investigation on those free men. According to some common points, they found clues. However, when we continued to investigate along the clues, our people suddenly lost contact. Quote. Lost contact. Qin Mo frowned. Li Mo's face was also serious, and he nodded, Well. Actually, the loss of contact is just a consolation, and there is a high probability that it was wiped out by someone with a heart. However, this also shows that the disciples have detected the core of each other, and they are not far from the truth. Quote. Then where was the last place we lost contact? Qin Mo continued to ask. It was in Juyuan County, 2 days ago. 9 original. Qin Mo murmured in a low voice, quickly mobilized the whole map of Dakan in his mind, and quickly found the location of Juyuan County. This county is in the northeast of the imperial capital, and the straight line distance is about 2,500 kilometers. The vicinity of Juyuan County is surrounded by 3 great families, namely the Qingyang Li family, the Chengping Lu family, and the Jialing Sha family that has suddenly risen in the past 100 years. If you look at it so roughly, the people behind the scenes of Tiandawei must be inseparable from the aristocratic family. The scope has already been locked, so it only needs to be continuously narrowed. The elders are also very interested in the sudden increase in the strength of those free men, and will definitely work hard. They guessed that the opponent should have some kind of means to break through the situation quickly, but such means violated the natural laws of heaven and earth, and would definitely have flaws. The world is like this, where there is black there is white, where there is yin there is yang, and where there is gain there is bound to be loss. Li Mo said slowly. Qin Mo nodded, he agreed with this. That's okay, if you have any news, remember to notify me as soon as possible, and uproot them as soon as possible, so that I can sleep well. He said so. The people behind the Tiandawei, if they only do things against the Qingyang Li family and the Security Bureau, it's fine. But now, they are going to set an ambush against him. Who can bear this? Qin Mo's normal life was broken just like that. He just wants to bask in the sun and accumulate some light energy points, so that he can save a little strength for himself, and live a happy life of fishing safely. But why do you have to force him? Qin Mo squinted his eyes, raised his hand and picked up a sunspot, which fell heavily to the very center of the chessboard. This is the location of Tianyuan. This kid is full of murderous intent. In this way, Qin Mo and Li Mo killed several games of chess in a row. Then, at Qin Mo's strong request, the two went outside on the lawn to bask in the sun and chat for a while. He didn't leave at noon, and stayed here to have lunch with Li Mo and his wife. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that he leisurely went to the Security Bureau. There is nothing going on in the bureau for the time being. Qin Mo just changed to another place to bask in the sun. This continued until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when a warm current surged through his body. Light energy points. 29 freely assignable. 29 points, which is more light energy points than before. Chin Mo didn't think much about it, and still added 3 points to each of the 8 attributes according to the inherent distribution plan. Afterwards, he added a point to vision, strength, speed, defense, and breathing. The warm current quickly dissipated to his whole body, enhancing his attributes in all directions. This is not only the skin, muscles, and bones, but also the organs of the internal organs are also being strengthened. Especially, the lungs. Breathing. 114, Awakening Skill, Super Breathing. After the message flashed, a more powerful warm current quickly permeated Chin Mo's chest, wrapped his lungs and trachea, and focused on strengthening it. Super breath. Feeling the changes in his body, Chin Mo looked slightly surprised. This extreme ability has never appeared before. Since the awakening of the Superman gene, only 3 skills have been awakened in the breathing attribute, namely turtle breath, exhale ice, and hurricane. One of these 3 skills is to ensure a strong basic ability of the lungs and bring sufficient battery life, and the other 2 are to blow out ultra-low temperature cold air to freeze others, and to blow out cyclones to create hurricanes. Today, all these skills have been greatly strengthened and merged into one, becoming a super breath. Changes have begun to appear on the genetic panel, and the enhanced warm current is also rapidly disappearing. Chin Mo's mouth slowly curled into a faint smile. His strength has grown again. After awakening super breath, Yuan's skills will not disappear, on the contrary, they will become more powerful and more freewheeling. As long as Shanling comes out to breathe this attribute, you will find that Chin Mo can be called an S-level elemental awakener. Ice element, wind element, Superman is worthy of being a hexagonal warrior, which is really too powerful. Chin Mo whispered. He raised his left hand, and slowly blew a breath of cold air into the palm of his hand, only to see a tiny cyclone floating in the palm of his hand, and ice crystals also spread on his fingers. As the saying goes, you can see the whole leopard at a glance. Although you only use the palm of your hand to experience it for a short time, the powerful superbrain still calculated what kind of power he might exert with all his strength. If he was asked to fight Examen Tiger again, the extremely cold air blown out by the compression of his lungs alone would be enough to freeze him to death. This is super breathing. The smile on the corner of Chin Mo's mouth became more intense, and he was in a very good mood. It's a pity that Examen Tiger died, otherwise he would be an excellent test subject. He shook his head with some regret, and at the same time his body was slowly suspended in the air, floating out of the building. Immediately afterwards, Chin Mo flashed and disappeared instantly. Under the blessing of the biological force field, he will not cause any movement. A second later, Chin Mo returned home. The bloody incident that happened on Guanghong Street last night has been completely dealt with by the Security Bureau. What's more, even the morning newspaper didn't make it, and all the news disappeared invisibly. This is enough to show the huge energy that the family can exert. However, having said that, this incident still had a small impact on Chin Mo's life. It can be seen from the changes in the attitudes of the neighbors who live near his house. Regarding this, Chin Mo just shook his head when he found out, and didn't say anything. The 2 parties are no longer from the same world. He still lives here simply because this is the old house left by his father Chin Hao, and he is just used to it. But class and class, that's it. In this way, there is nothing to say all night. The next day, there was still no news from Qingyang County, so Chin Mo had to continue to spend the whole day fishing. By evening, he had accumulated 27 light energy points again. After the 8 attributes are evenly distributed, the one that restores is strengthened. Rapid healing, rapid recovery, and super endurance have all been further enhanced, which means that Chin Mo's combat endurance has been improved again. And so on until the afternoon of the 3rd day. Chin Mo had lunch with Su Yin and went to play billiards again. When he returned to the office at 3 o'clock, the phone rang suddenly. Jingle bell. Chin Mo took out his mobile phone and found that it was Li Mo calling. He couldn't help being refreshed, and quickly connected it to his ear. Hey, buddy, how's the investigation going? The news just came from the Presbyterian Church. They have roughly locked a range. I will email you the specific location later. Li Mo's voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, then I'll go and have a look. Chin Mo replied, and then he hung up the phone, got up and sat next to the computer. He didn't wait long. In less than a minute, the email was encrypted and delivered through the Security Bureau's internal network. After Chin Mo double-clicked to open it, he saw a map with Juyuan County marked on the upper left corner. The territory of Dakan is still very vast, with a total of 13 counties under its rule, so each county occupies a large area, among which Juyuan County is the most. There are 9 famous mountains in the county, which are scattered and surround a large plain, so they are called Juyuan. The map in front of Chin Mo is near Mount Tai, one of the famous mountains, with a range of about 300 miles. This is great for ordinary people, but not so much for awakened ones. According to the attached message on the email, this is the limit that the disciples sent out can detect, and if it goes further inside, it will be very dangerous and the loss will be great. You know, the Qingyang Li family has paid the lives of 7 A-level awakened people in order to delineate the 300 miles. Although it is said that the 1,000-year-old family has a great fortune and there are many high-level awakened people, no matter how big the family fortune is, it can't stand this kind of creation. There must be S-level awakened people in Taishan, so the remaining tasks should be sent to S-level to carry out, and A-level can no longer be sent to deliver food. This place, will it be the lair of the people behind the Tiandaway? Chin Mo checked the email, frowning slightly. He didn't think it was that simple. The boss and the big housekeeper were in a single line of communication. With such a strong secrecy, it didn't make sense for the real body to hide in such a place. The vicinity of Taishan Mountain is a large mining area with extremely rich mineral resources. However, even if you can't find the boss, it is very important to want to come here. Chin Mo whispered to himself, what happened 3 years ago? Why did Liang Bai and those people suddenly increase in strength? The secrets hidden in it will all be answered here. The straight line distance is 2,500 kilometers. If you convert it, it only takes a little over 4 minutes to reach Juyuan County. Chin Mo's current flying limit speed has almost reached 30 times the speed of sound, and he can fly 10 kilometers in 1 second. And he just strengthened his super endurance yesterday, and his battery life is extremely strong. It is not difficult for him to fly for 4 minutes at the limit. It seems that we are going to take a long trip tonight. Chin Mo raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. Then, with his hands behind his head, he leaned back in the chair and narrowed his eyes. The hot sunlight nimbly squeezed through the open glass window and shone directly on Chin Mo's face. Such a temperature is very good. And so on, until a gorgeous sunset appeared in the sky, and the clock on the wall just reached 5 o'clock. Chin Mo's thoughts suddenly moved, his eyes focused on his eyes, and he opened the genetic awakening panel. Light energy points, 28 freely assignable. As usual, first assign 3 points to each of the 8 attributes, and add the remaining 4 points to hearing, intelligence, breathing, and recovery on average to ensure a balanced development. The warm current quickly spread to the whole body, and at the same time, a message suddenly appeared in Chin Mo's mind. Strengthen. Biological force field. Chin Mo, who was accustomed to it, suddenly sat up, and he was a little surprised. So fast. Recalling the last time the force field was strengthened, it didn't seem to be too long. However, you can try it when you go to Juyuan County later. When the warm current subsided completely, Chin Mo came outside the building in the air. He confirmed the direction, and then his mind moved slightly, and he broke out at the limit speed in an instant, and went to the distance. At this moment, no one noticed him. After more than 10 seconds, Chin Mo left the confines of the imperial capital, and the modern and magnificent city full of high-rise buildings was far behind him. Chin Mo flew higher and higher, and soon broke through the height of 1,000 meters, and he continued to fly upwards until he reached a height of 2,000 meters, and he felt that he had temporarily reached a limit. After strengthening, the improvement is doubled, or can only break through 1,000 meters at a time. While flying, Chin Mo pondered in his heart, and at the same time he slowly lowered his altitude. After leaving the imperial capital, it is good to keep flying at a low altitude, so as to consume less energy. Chin Mo looked down, and saw the mountains, rivers, land, peaks and fields, like a scroll at high speed, flashing past in his eyes. At this moment, a word suddenly appeared in his heart. Splendid mountains and rivers. It's a pity that the scrolled faster than Chin Mo had imagined, and he didn't appreciate it for long. Because of the enhanced biological force field, his limit speed was a little faster than before. Just 4 minutes later, the towering Mount Tai appeared in front of Chin Mo's eyes. He suddenly stopped and stood in midair. Thinking back to the map he had seen in the afternoon, Chinmo began to compare and search. Soon, he determined the specific range and flew in the northeast direction. A few seconds later, mining fields emerged one after another. Chinmo slowed down and raised his altitude. It was already evening and the sky was dark. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't find him. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes flicking back and forth. Chinmo's eyesight is as high as 127 points now, and he has awakened telescopic vision and microscopic vision, so everything underground is extremely clear to his eyes. Even if it was a piece of grass on the ground, he could still see the lines on it. Chinmo just looked around like this for a minute or two, his brows furrowed suddenly, and he looked carefully at a certain outer corner of the mine below. I saw 3 people walking together outside the high wall. 2 men and 1 woman didn't walk fast, but the expressions on their faces were very strange, and they looked furtive. This attracted Chinmo's attention. His pupils changed slightly, and he turned on the thermal imaging silently, and the 3 of them immediately changed in Chinmo's eyes. One is A level, the other 2 have not changed, they are still the same as before. Then, it should be S level, Chinmo thought in his heart. At the same time, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. The 3 of them stopped suddenly, and the only middle-aged woman among them suddenly turned her head and said to another S-rank man, "Li Yi, go in and take a look. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more."